Come on up around. And if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide this court and jury shall be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. If you don't mind, have a seat. And once you're comfortable and near enough to that microphone, if you could share with our court reporter your full name.
Speak into this microphone?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Laura Catella.
And could you spell your last name for us?
Cautela.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Catella.
Morning.
Ms. Catella, are you currently employed?
Good morning.
No, I'm retired.
Retired, okay. And in April 2019, were you employed?
Yes.
Where were you employed?
I was employed at Student Transportation of America as a school bus driver.
Did you provide school bus transportation for students of the Matthew Thornton Elementary School in Londonderry?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention
Hi, guys.
to April
How you doing?
2019. Did you drive the same bus route for your elementary school students every day?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with Ella and Gavin Argy?
Yes, yep. They are on my bus, first
Jim
and
is
third grade.
Chief
Okay, so they were on your school bus route.
Yes.
1899.
Do you remember their address?
118 West Road.
Where was the bus stop for Gavin and Ella in relation to their house?
It was at the bottom of their driveway, which met
You guys
West
heard of this?
Road.
When you picked Ella and Gavin up for school,
What are
were
they
they
on?
by themselves?
No, they were usually always with their father. Once in a while, they were with their mother. But I never saw anybody else besides.
I'm
the
waiting on
father and
Biden,
mother.
dude.
Okay.
Biden's coming.
I'd like to direct your attention to April 4th, 2019.
He's going to be talking about
Do you
Omicron.
recall working that day?
That's the Thursday?
Yes, April 4th, 2019. I can show you a calendar, though, if you would like, ma'am. Would you like to
I
see-
worked both those 2 days, the Thursday and the Friday that we're talking about.
Okay. Would you like to look at a calendar, ma'am?
Sure.
Sure, okay.
Good night. YouTube's fucking up.
My apologies.
The fuck? I can't.
Okay.
Dude.
All right, good.
Okay, so I am directing your attention right here to
Yep.
April 4th, Thursday, April 4th. Did you work that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no live feed of that trial, dude. There's no audio, there's no video, there's nothing. There's only an outside camera for the Ghislaine trial.
Ms. Cotella, did your school bus have a video camera that recorded the door of your bus?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember providing the April 4th, 2019 school
YouTube
bus
Studio
video
just isn't
to the
working.
elementary
What the fuck?
school?
Yes, the principal ordered my bus and asked me for it.
Okay, and you provided that video?
Yes.
Prior to today, did you have an opportunity to review a portion of that school bus footage as
Yes.
contained on State's Exhibit 13?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm now going to play about a 30-second clip from the school bus footage of State's Exhibit 13, and then I'll have some questions about that.
Okay.
Tractor Baby's late. Morning.
All right, so who
Fafner,
did
good
we see
morning.
getting onto your school bus in that video?
That was Ella and Gavin, the first and third graders.
Hey, lady.
Ms. Costello, I'm now showing you State's
Technical-
Exhibit 18.
Technical difficulties over here. I don't know, dude. Had to restart the laptop. See if that fixed.
Yes,
And Ms. Costello, do you see those images in State's Exhibit 18 on a larger version on this screen?
I see it.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Are these pictures still images from the school bus video that we just watched?
Yes.
Okay. And now, let's start with the picture on the top left-hand corner.
Okay.
Who is getting on the bus there?
That is Ella.
Okay. And here in the circled portion, can you explain what we're seeing here?
That would be the legs of the father.
Sorry, guys. I had to restart the fucking laptop.
And the picture on the right-hand side, can you tell us in the top right-hand corner who we're seeing getting on the bus there?
That's Ella, followed by her brother Gavin.
All right, and now directing your attention to the picture at the bottom, who are we seeing getting on the bus there?
That's Ella.
Okay, Ella, and who else do we see in that bottom picture?
Actually, no, the bottom left is Gavin.
Okay, the bottom picture
Yeah.
is Gavin. Okay, just one moment. All right, thank you, Ms. Costello. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Okay, any questions from the defense?
No questions.
Okay, so ma'am, you're excused, you can stay. Oh, is the witness excused by both sides? Okay.
Yes,
You're
Your Honor.
excused, you can stay or leave as you choose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. When you,
Come on, Simon. Go on. Go, 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 go. I
Yes,
know.
if you'd like to stay in the
God damn,
courtroom,
come
you
on,
can.
dude.
If you want to leave, you can as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Fuck.
And if you choose to
Early
stay, if
for
you
this
want to
shit.
switch back into a regular mask, feel free to do so.
Your Honor, the state calls Julie Maloney.
Hello, Ms. Maloney. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide this court and jury shall be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please be seated. And if you could get yourself close enough to that microphone so we can amplify, and if you could state your full name for our court reporter and spell your last name.
Julie Maloney, Maloney.
Good morning, Ms. Maloney.
Good morning.
Are you currently employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
the Londonderry School District,
In April 2019, where did you work?
Matthew Thornton School,
What was your position there?
first grade teacher.
Are you familiar with Gavin Argy?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
He was a student in my classroom.
Are you also familiar with Ella Argy?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with her?
She was a girl that was on my Girls on the Run team that I coached.
And are you familiar with whether Ella and Gavin Argy were brother and sister?
Yes, they were.
Sure, dude.
So I'd like to direct your attention to April 4th, 2019. Do you recall whether Ella and Gavin came to school that day?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember Gavin giving you a note that morning?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 90. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this?
It was given to me that day for
Okay.
pickup for the children.
And who gave that to you?
Gavin.
the screen, is this a larger version of State's Exhibit 90 that I just provided to you?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to read it out loud, and then I'll have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Attention YMCA. Ella and Gavin Argy will both be picked up from after-school YMCA at 4:45 p.m. by their grandmother, Brenda Quinn. Her number, if needed, 603-762-0602. Thank you, Maureen and Bill Argy. Did I read that correctly?
Yep.
What is the YMCA after-school program referred to in this note?
After school YMCA.
So was there a program at the Matthew Thornton?
Yes, it's an after-school program provided by YMCA that's housed in the cafeteria at our school.
Okay. What is the school policy regarding who can pick a child up from school?
They have to be listed in the emergency contacts, and a note can be provided to add them.
After you reviewed that note, what did you do with it?
I sent it to the office, so they would also be notified.
Do you remember what Gavin did after school on April 4th?
He went to the YMCA.
And at the end of the school day, how did he get to the YMCA program?
They walked down from the classroom down to the cafeteria at the school.
Do you
I'm
remember?
gonna tell you something about me, Joe Rogan, that you might not know. I smoke
We
rocks.
went to the Girls in the Room program, which I had in the gym.
And when she was done with the Girls on the Run program that day, what did she do?
She walked from the gym to the cafeteria to go to the program after school.
Okay, if I may have one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Any cross-examination? No. Okay, and may this witness be excused by both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, you can step down, you can stay or leave as you choose. Up to you. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Julia Hussey to the stand.
Good morning. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide this court and jury shall be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. If you don't mind, have a seat, and once you get close enough to that microphone and settled in your chair, if you could provide your full name to our court reporter and spell your last name.
My name is Julia Eva Hussey. That's Hussey.
Ms. Hussey, I can tell already I'm going to ask you to get your voice up a little bit so that everybody in the courtroom can hear, okay?
All right.
I know it's awkward, but if you don't mind, just amplifying your voice. Thank you.
Good morning. Ms. Hussey, are you currently employed?
I am.
Where?
The YMCA of Greater Londonderry.
In April 2019, where did you work?
Same place, YMCA of Greater Londonderry.
And in April 2019, what was your position there?
I was a group lead, primarily at Matthew Thornton.
What does it mean to be a group lead?
It means that I am over the age of 18 and allowed to be left alone with up to 15 kids at the Y.
Okay. And how long did you work for the YMCA in that specific role?
I worked in that role for about 3 years total.
Where was the YMCA after-school program located?
At that time, it was in the Matthew Thornton School.
Was there a procedure for child pickup at the end of the day?
Yep. Most kids were picked up throughout the afternoon. We had a cutoff of 6 p.m. for parents to come pick up.
Are you familiar with Ella and Gavin Archie?
I am.
How are you familiar with them?
They were kids in that program.
How many years had you cared for Ella and Gavin at the after-school program?
From day one working there.
Were you familiar with their mother, Maureen Archie?
I was.
How about their father, William Archie?
I was.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to April 4th, 2019. Do you recall whether you were working that day?
I was working that day.
Do you recall if Gavin attended the YMCA after-school program on that date?
He was there.
What about Ella Archie?
She was, too.
Prior to coming to the after-school program, did Ella participate in a different program that day?
I believe so.
Okay, and then she came to the after-school program after that?
Yes.
So on April 4th, 2019, do you remember who picked Ella and Gavin up from the YMCA program?
It ended up being my grandmother.
Was that typical?
No.
Do you remember who routinely picked them up?
It was either their mom or their dad.
Do you remember how you learned that their grandmother would be picking them up?
Gavin came in and handed us a note from his parents.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 90. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the note we were given.
Up on the screen, is that a larger version of State's Exhibit 90?
It is.
So this is the note that Gavin handed in regarding his grandmother picking him up on April 4th?
Yes.
Now, I believe you already testified to this, but what time does the after-school program end?
6 p.m.
Were the children picked up by 6 p.m.?
They were not.
When the children's grandmother was not there by 6 p.m., do you remember what happened?
Yes.
And what was that?
I waited a few extra minutes because sometimes there's traffic, and then I called the grandmother with this number.
Without getting into the substance of that conversation, can you describe the grandmother's tone during that call?
She was surprised. She wasn't aware of what was going on.
Did the grandmother come to pick up Ella and Gavin Archie that day?
She did.
Did she come right to the after-school entrance?
No, she originally went to our main branch.
So she went to a complete separate building to pick up the children?
Yes.
But eventually, she did come to the Matthew Thornton Elementary School to pick them up?
Yes.
Does the YMCA after-school program at the Matthew Thornton Elementary School have video surveillance?
It does.
All the information for this case is in the description, by the way.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize this CD?
I do.
And how do you recognize that?
It has my initials right there. From
I
viewing
should
it
have said that at the
previously.
beginning,
Okay,
huh?
so those initials
But I'm an
indicate
idiot.
You viewed this video previously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, shout out to Spec with a $100 dono yesterday. In case y'all missed it.
And when you viewed that video, is that a fair and accurate description of the after-school pickup from April 4th, 2019?
Yes.
All right, so at this point, I'm going to play a little over a minute of State's Exhibit 12 for the jury, and then I'll have some questions for you about that, okay?
Norway Girl is a badass for
Yo.
sending $2. Yo.
Thanks, Norway Girl. Appreciate you. How you doing today? Thanks for the 2. First dono of the day.
What?
Oh, okay. So I thought the PC was about to restart. Alright. Not a good time, buddy. I didn't even hear about this case until today, actually, but it seems to be the only thing on today. And it's the first day of it, so, I mean, you get to see, like, day one. And tomorrow we got the Kim Potter trial, so that should be interesting. Jury selection, though, so probably not very, very interesting, but still, it's something we're familiar with, at least. This one, like I said, I just heard about it today. Simon. Oh no, I forgot to. Y'all ain't telling me either, you dumb fucks. No one is fucking telling me, dude, that the fucking legends shit isn't correct. 0 of you idiot motherfuckers are saying a word about it.
Do you recognize these pictures?
God damn.
How do you recognize these?
I swear, dude. I'm the only one that
Okay,
cares
so these
about
are
it.
images from the video
I'm
that
literally
you
the
just
only one that
watched?
cares
Yes.
about it. Fuck, man.
And do you see those pictures up in a larger version on the screen here?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about these pictures a little bit. So we'll start with the picture on the top left.
You're fucking
So
stupid.
this picture right here. Can you identify for the jury who this person is here?
That's Natalie. She was an assistant group lead with us.
Okay, and who are the children with Natalie?
That's Gavin and Ella RG.
Okay. And now let's look at this picture here on the bottom left. Can you identify who this person is here in the plaid shirt?
That's me.
Okay. And you're standing next to the person that you also identified working for the YMCA?
Yes.
And who are you speaking with here in this picture?
I'm speaking with the children's grandmother.
Now let's look at this picture on the right-hand side here. And can you tell the jury what we're seeing in this picture?
That's a close-up of the grandmother.
Fuck, I hate
after
doing this
signing up
shit.
the kids or just before signing up the kids.
Because I forgot.
Now, when the grandmother, Miss Quinn, arrived at the after-school entrance, do you remember having some conversation?
I have to write the hours down and everything, dude. Because
Do you remember if she asked you
y'all probably just think I
anything?
turn this shit on. I'm just. Hey guys, I'm
I believe
live.
she wanted to see the note.
And based on that request, did you show her the note?
I believe I did.
Without telling me what she said in response, did you make any observations of her while she looked at that note?
I noticed that she seemed confused as well, still, and was still a little surprised.
Looking at this picture of Ms. Quinn that's enlarged on the screen, is this a fair and accurate depiction of how she appeared when you were talking with her that evening?
Yes.
And what time ultimately, if you remember, did Ms. Quinn arrive to pick up Gavin and Ella RG on April 4th?
I believe it was around 6:30-ish, 6:40-ish.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Defense counsel may have some questions for you.
Any cross-examination? Okay, and may this witness be excused by both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defense? Yes. You can step down, you can stay, or leave as you choose. Thank you.
State next call, Dan La Rochelle, Judge.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while waiting for this next witness to come in, I wanted you to know that the exhibits that you've seen thus far, unless
Sometimes I feel
tell
like
you
I'm doing this all by my
they have
goddamn
been
self.
admitted into evidence
I'm just sitting here
without
talking to a
objection from
fucking
the defense.
TV,
So
the cat,
that's why
that's it.
you're not hearing
That's
a
it.
discussion back and forth about it. They were pre-marked before the start of the trial, and there was an agreement on certain exhibits being entered
Man, how the
without
fuck can you spend this? Do you realize I'm writing
And, sir,
down the
if you don't
fucking amount of
mind, raising
time
your right
the
hand,
top
please
people
stay
spend in here
You solemnly
every day.
swear the
I don't see how the
testimony
fuck you can
about
spend that much
this
time in here
jury shall
and
be
not
the truth and the fines and penalties
see that the fucking legendary shit has
Thank
been
you.
reset.
Have a seat. And once you get close enough to that microphone, if you could state your full name for our reporter and spell your last name.
Dan LaRochelle, LaRochelle.
This Thanksgiving, after being apart last year, and we have much to be grateful for as a nation. When I was elected, I said I would always be honest with you. So today, I want to take a few moments to talk about the new COVID variant, first identified last week in Southern Africa. It's called the Omicron. It is, to their credit, the scientific community in South Africa quickly notified the world of the emergence of this new variant. This kind of transparency is to be encouraged and applauded because it increases our ability to respond quickly to any new threats. And that's exactly what we did. The very day the World Health Organization identified the new variant, I took immediate steps to restrict travel from countries in Southern Africa. But while we have that travel restrictions can slow the speed of Omicron, it cannot prevent it. But here's what it does. It gives us time. Gives us time to take more actions, to move quicker, to make sure people understand you have to get your vaccine. You have to get the shot. You have to get the booster. Sooner or later, we're going to see cases of this new variant here in the United States. We'll have to face this new threat just as we faced those that come before it. Today, there are 3 messages about the new variant that I want the American people to hear. First, this variant is a cause for concern, not a cause for panic. We have the best vaccine in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists, and we're learning more every single day. And we'll fight this variant with scientific and knowledgeable actions and speed, not chaos and confusion. We have more tools today to fight the variant than we've ever had before, from vaccines to boosters, to vaccines for children, 5 years and older, and much more. A year ago, America was floundering against the first variant of COVID. We beat that variant significantly, and then we got hit by a far more powerful threat, the Delta variant. But we took action, and now we're seeing deaths from Delta come down. We'll fight and look, we're going to fight and beat this new variant as well. We're learning more about this new variant every single day. And as we learn more, we're going to share that information with the American people candidly and promptly. Second, the best protection, I know you're tired of hearing me say this, the best protection against this new variant or any of the variants out there, the ones we've been dealing with already, is getting fully vaccinated and getting a booster shot. Most Americans are fully vaccinated, but not yet boosted. If you're 18 years or over, and got fully vaccinated before June the 1st, go get the booster shot today. They're free, and they're available at 80,000 locations, coast to coast. A fully vaccinated booster person is the most protected against COVID. Do not wait. Go get your booster if it's time for you to do so. And if you are not vaccinated, now's the time to get vaccinated and take your children to be vaccinated. Every child
Take
age
the
5
fucking
or
dog
older
to
can
get vaccinated.
safe, effective
What are you waiting for?
vaccines now. While it will be a few weeks before we know everything we need to know about how strongly the existing vaccines protect against the new variant, Dr. Fauci is with me today, or our medical team, and believe that the vaccines will continue to provide a degree of protection against severe disease. And as additional protections, please wear your mask when you're indoors, in public settings around other people. It protects you, it protects those around you. Third, in the event, hopefully unlikely, that updated vaccinations or boosters are needed to respond to this new variant, we will accelerate their development and deployment with every available tool. I want to reiterate, Dr. Fauci believes that the current vaccines provide at least some protection against the new variant, and the boosters strengthen that protection significantly. We do not yet believe that additional measures will be needed.
Is he trying to kill us?
But so that we are prepared, if needed, My team is already working with officials at Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson to develop contingency plans for vaccines or boosters if needed. And I will also direct the FDA and the CDC to use the fastest process available without cutting any corners for safety to get such vaccines approved and on the market if needed. And we'll do that the same way that any modifications are needed or current treatments need used to help those with who get ill with the COVID virus. Look, I'm sparing no effort and removing all roadblocks to keep the American people safe. All of this is confusing to a lot of people, but if it's confusing to you, let me close with this simple message.
Dan, that was fast.
If you are vaccinated, but still worried about the new variant, get your booster. If you aren't vaccinated, get that shot. Go get that first shot. My team at the White House will provide me with daily updates this week. On Thursday, I'll be putting forward a detailed strategy outlining how we're going to fight COVID this winter, not with shutdowns or lockdowns, but with more widespread vaccinations, boosters, testing, and more. I promised every American that there will always be the latest vaccines available and the booster shots available to them and for free and everywhere available. Every single American, free of charge, and I will keep that commitment. But we need to do more than vaccinate Americans. To beat the pandemic, we have to vaccinate the world as well, and America is leading that effort. We've shipped for free more vaccines to other countries than all other countries in the world combined. Over 275 million vaccines to 110 countries. Now we need the rest of the world to step up as well. Let me be clear. Not a single vaccine shot Americans ever send to the rest of the world will ever come at the expense of any American. I will always make sure that our people are protected first. But vaccinating the world is just one more tool in how we need to meet our moral obligation as Americans and how to best protect Americans as well. The Delta variants and now the Omicron variant all emerged elsewhere in the world. So we can't let up until the world is vaccinated. We're protecting Americans by doing that as well. As we continue this effort, let's remember where we stand. We're in a very different place as we enter the month of December, this month, compared to where we were last Christmas. Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were vaccinated. This Christmas, the number will be over 71%, including more than 86% of seniors. Last Christmas, our children were at risk without a vaccine. This Christmas, we have safe and effective vaccines for children ages 5 and older, with more than 19 million children and counting now vaccinated. Last year, a majority of schools were closed. This year, 99% of our schools are open. Let me reiterate once more. We also now have booster shots that provide extra protection. They're free and convenient. There is still time to get your first 2 shots or your booster shot or get your children vaccinated before Christmas. All 3 are available and can be done before Christmas. If you and your family are fully vaccinated, you can celebrate the holidays much more safely. And given where we were last year, that's a blessing that none of us should take for granted. We're throwing everything we can at this virus, tracking it from every angle. And that's what we have to keep doing. That's how we reopen our country. That's how we reopen our businesses. That's how we reopen our schools. That's how, even with the pandemic, we've generated a record job creation, a record economic growth in this country. We've moved forward in the face of COVID-19. We have moved forward in the face of the Delta variant. And we have moved forward now in the face of the Omicron variant as well. So thank you. May God bless our troops. And I hope you all have, I'll be speaking before them, but a Merry Christmas as we approach it. Questions? Let me call on Nancy of Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, President Biden. Do you think that other countries will be reluctant to report variants or other strains given the travel ban that you put so quickly on South Africa?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's going to happen. And I want to, again, the reason for the immediate travel ban is there were a significant number of cases, unlike any other country, well, there are few around South Africa in the world. We needed time to give people an opportunity to say, get that vaccination now before it heads. It's going to move around the world. I think it's almost inevitable there will be, at some point, that strain here in the United States. But I don't think anyone's going to be reluctant to report. We have also moved to do more. For example, we've provided more vaccines, as I said, than all other countries in the world combined. And we've provided significant vaccines as well to South Africa and that region. Matter of fact, South Africa doesn't need any more vaccine. They're having trouble getting it out into people's arms, and the reluctance is there. But no, I don't think it's going to have that effect. Let me call on Alexis. Alexis.
Why does he have a planned
Alex Reuters.
list? What's this shit?
Well, there's a lot being done. I'm going to turn to Dr. Fauci to answer the last question about what's being done. Doc?
Fucking reality TV of
Thank
questions
you, Mr.
and
President.
answers.
We already
for
have in
president.
place when people come into the United States, they have to be tested before they get on, and they have to show vaccination documentation. So even before Omicron came in, we have a situation where we'll be able to test. And talking about testing, fortunately for us, the PCRs that we mostly use would pick up this very unusual variant that has a real large constellation of mutations. Fortunately for us, that the PCRs that we do pick it up.
And we're following extremely closely the medical community, the COVID team, any developments as it relates to how severe it is, how quickly it spreads, how dangerous it is, et cetera. We have more work to do in that area. And Wall Street Journal, Sabrina.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UK, Europe, and a growing number of countries have confirmed cases of Omicron. Are you considering additional travel restrictions on countries where the variant has been detected? And just separately, you urged Americans to wear masks in indoor public spaces, but many states and cities, including Washington, D.C., have lifted mask mandates. So are you calling on state and local officials to reinstate mask mandates?
With regard to the last question, the answer is I encourage everyone to wear a mask when they're indoors in a crowded circumstance like we are right now, and unless you're eating or speaking at a microphone. Secondly,
No, unless you're eating.
Of the spread
What do you mean?
Impacts
Unless
on
you're eating.
whether or not there's a
Fuck
need
outta
for
here.
any travel restriction. But that's not, I don't anticipate that at this point.
Eat alone,
And
motherfucker.
We'll see where that works. And so the other Alex doesn't have a heart attack. I want to call on him. Is it?
I'm not an Alex, but I'd love to have one question. The other Alex.
Okay, let me ask the other Alex and then you, sir.
Mr. President, is this the new normal that Americans should expect, anticipating future potential variants? Should we expect intermittent travel restrictions and potential drops in the stock market going forward? Do you have any words of reassurance that this won't become the new normal? And then for both you and Dr. Fauci said earlier on CBS that lockdown and shutdowns are off the table for restraining COVID going forward. You said that won't be part of your plan on Thursday. But why is that? Why are you taking that off the table?
Well, to answer your first question first, the answer is I expect this not to be the new normal. I expect the new normal to be everyone ends up getting vaccinated in the booster shot, so we reduce the number of people who aren't protected to such a low degree that we're not seeing the spread of these viruses. Now, we remain to be seen exactly what the elements of this particular strain are, but if they're, as I hope, then it's not going to be fundamentally different than in the past. In terms of, what was the second part of the question?
Are lockdowns off the table?
Yes, for now, yes.
Why is that?
Well, because we're able to, if people are vaccinated and wear their masks, there's no need for the lockdown.
Yes, so,
My last question.
yes, going on from that question, we've got the Christmas period coming up, huge amount of travel. Would you give any thought to domestic flights requiring test or vaccine for people who get on planes the same way as they do for international flights?
Well, at this point, that's not been recommended. I would wait for the scientific community to give me a recommendation on that.
Are travel restrictions too late to be effective, sir, given that Dr. Fauci says this new variant could already be here?
You understand the point of the travel, of the restriction, to give us time to get people to get protection, to be vaccinated and get the booster. That's the reason for it. Thank you all so very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm sure I'll see you between now and Christmas, but hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Thanks.
That dude looks like Hannibal Lecter, dude. Hey. What? Oh, hell no. What the fuck? Oh, what? Dude, I've never seen that happen. Dude, it's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. Right? Oh, what the fuck? It went private? Why would they do that? What? Why would they do that? What the hell? What just happened? Oh my gosh, we missed something, dude. We just missed copyright. No, man, they put it on private. So that was law and crime, I think. Let me see. They went live again. They did. What in the world? The world is going. Whoa! Hey, where are they? Let's break. Man, dang! They freaking put it on private, so we can't even see what the heck just happened. That's some bullshit, man. Who is this? Oh, he's outside the Kim Potter trial right now, man. Whoa, what we getting on some? This is fucking what's his name's ex, dude. George Floyd's ex is on the stage live right now. What the
I'm gonna
fuck?
try and keep this short. I prepared something because this case is so dear to my heart. Dante Wright was a student of mine at Edison High School. He was a joy, and his smile would light up this room 1,000 times. I just want to share with you quickly. On April 11th, 2021, many of the families here and families that had lost loved ones to the police were gathering with my angel, Tashira, to try and celebrate the birthday of her fiance, Justin Tigan. Before we could make it out of the parking lot to go have cupcakes and celebrate him, Amity, who was Kobe Heisler's mother, who was also killed by police, stopped me and said that there had been a shooting in Brooklyn Center, that a man had been killed there. By the time I got home, I found out that that man, that young man, was Dante Wright. Mind you, Dante's murder took place during the international trial of my man George Floyd, who was murdered by Derek Chauvin. The fact that Kim Potter garnished a weapon for a routine traffic stop when the entire world was looking at racist cops under a microscope proved to me that Kim Potter was so brash and brazen that she murdered a black man with no thought, and she did that admittingly so. Kim Potter was seen as a senior officer, an officer that trained new cadets, a trainer who claimed to not know the difference between a taser and a gun. In all my years working in education, I never mistook a sticker for a stapler. There is no excuse for her incompetence when it comes to people's lives that are at stake. Personally, it makes no sense to me.
A pen for a pencil, though, maybe? I'm sorry.
I believe Kim Potter has profiled black people in Brooklyn Center for a long time and finally lost her temper and murdered Dante Wright. We are not in Kenosha, Wisconsin, people. We are in Minnesota, and we will not continue to let these racist cops walk the street. We will send them to prison as we did Derek Chauvin. Dante, rest in peace. We will fight for you. Yes. And I love you, Katie. Yes. This is pain like no other, everyone. Poor baby.
We will have Delshia Perry mention at the end the families that have lost their lives in the jails here in Minnesota. My name again is Tashera Garraway, and Justin Tigan was brutally beat to death by the St. Paul police August 19, 2009, and thrown inside of a trash dumpster by the St. Paul police. Justin's skull was cracked in half. They beat him real bad. And I knew in my heart when I watched the BCA and I watched the forensic pathologist and I watched the county attorney and I watched them all work together to cover up Justin's murder, I knew that there would be more murders. And I knew that there had been murders before him because it was too strategic how they all worked together to cover up the murder. So when we talk about that these are state-sanctioned murders that are happening and they are all working together. They have a system. It's not just the police. They are all working together and they have done this to our loved ones. They have taunted our families. People have come up dead for doing investigations, for trying to find out the truth of what happened to our loved ones. Attorneys have came up missing, have came up dead. Other family members have come up dead, and they're all, again, working together. And especially the BCA. And Drew Evans is the main person that have edited the videos, and they have worked strategically to do this to our families. We have one last family member that will speak, and then we will move forward with the rest of the speakers that are here that are standing in solidarity with our families. We will have come forward the mother of Orlando Castile, Valerie Castile. Thank you.
No one likes her, by the way. This lady that just talked, no one likes her. Out of here. She's like I'm pretty sure she's a larper. Like, did she lose a kid, or is she just like, I care so much about all you mothers?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Who is she?
Good morning, everyone. Sorry about that. It's been a rough 6 years, 5 years, 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. It's hard for us. I was at home and you know, I was just so depressed. And I wasn't going to come. And God said, and the spirit of my son said, get up, jump in that shower and make it over there, because you have to be there to stand in unity and solidarity with the rest of the families. So I'm here today because we just really want this jury to use their independent thinking and stop thinking the way that everyone else thinks. They need to think independently and look at the laws. These laws made by man, they are flawed. Yes. They are flawed. There are some good laws and there are bad laws. If they don't stand with the greater good of the people and they don't align with God's laws, then these laws are not good laws. So we have to constantly look to our state representatives and our senators to make better laws that will protect everyone equally. Some of these laws, they work for certain people and then they don't work for everybody.
Give us
So
an
they
example,
need to figure
lady.
out
Give us an
what
example.
laws aligns
fuck is she
with
talking
God's
about?
laws, because this is the problem. We're going by laws that were made in the 18th century.
Give us a fucking
This is
example,
the
you dumb
21st
cunt.
century, and I promise you, our founding fathers
She
were
doesn't even know
not
one.
idiots. They left those laws open for interpretation as
So many
time
laws.
goes by.
So many laws, though.
But here we are.
So
We're
many of
still
them. What are
living
they?
in these ancient laws.
What
and
are they?
I don't know what
What
it
are
is.
they? I
where
just
they
wanna know
don't
one.
want to change it. Just like right now,
Idiot.
there was an
retarded.
amendment to the deadly force, but you ain't gonna hear about that one.
What?
You're not gonna hear about them, and no one has come forward to explain
Well, tell
to
us about it,
exactly
bitch.
what that means. And then it's at the Supreme Court. They
Never
thought
mind.
about it.
Too long.
Our neighboring
Too long.
states said that they would not come in and help Minnesota because of the change of that law, that deadly force law. In essence, it's saying you can't shoot nobody in the back no more. You have to be in imminent danger. But they're not saying that. They're not telling us that that law was amended March 1st, supposed to went in effect, but it didn't go in effect other than it went to the Supreme Court to fight it, to put it back like it was. So it's up to us to stand in unity and solidarity and let these people know we're here in force. We're here in force as a group of mothers and family members that didn't need to be in what I consider this fucked up mothers club.
She must be a Bob.
I didn't ask to be here. You dropped this mess at my doorstep. So this is what you get. This powerful woman here with all these powerful women.
They're better than Patrick Kimmett's mom, though.
So
All
we're
of them,
here
I
and
think.
we're praying and hoping
She's the
that
worst.
the jurors
Juicy
really
booty.
look at what
one.
happened, because it's amazing how you can believe a dressed up lie than the naked truth. You know what you saw. Exactly. You know what you saw. But yet you'll change your mind and go with the status quo because everybody else say they're not guilty. When they literally are. You saw it with your own lying eyes. Yes. You saw it. You felt it. You were a part of that. I have nothing against law enforcement, but what I do have against them is when you support a murder, we got a problem. Yes. We got a problem. If you support murder, yes, I do have a problem with you. Me too. But I am glad to be here and stand in my family's presence because I actually was not going to make it here. But God lit a fire in my ass and here I am. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's talk about the murder. Like when y'all didn't see nothing. We didn't see nothing. Hey, protecting each other, killing each other. What about those
I
murders?
needed that laugh. All
I'm
right,
just
so
saying,
we will move forward with some of the people who have come strong. We have Representative John Thompson. We have John McCollum, President of Minnesota Justice Coalition. Trayvon Cruz with Black Lives Matter Minnesota, and Simon, who is counsel for Bloomington, I believe. Richfield, sorry. So we will first call forward the president of Minnesota Justice Coalition, and that will be Justin McCauley. Thank you. Jonathan McCauley, sorry. Sorry, my brain is kind of
Oh, what the hell? Dude, all kinds of colors now.
It's kind of messed up. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
It's broken.
Yeah, that's fine. Hello, my name is Jonathan McClellan, president of the Minnesota Justice Coalition. We are part of a collective of organizations that work with families and community to draft and advance legislation and other policy initiatives at the Capitol here in St. Paul and in Washington, D.C. I want to take this moment to uplift the family of Daunte Wright and recognize their pain. On April 11, 2021, a sworn 27-year veteran police officer by the name of Kim Potter shot and killed Daunte Wright, a black son, brother, father, and friend. As of this current date, the defendant, Kim Potter, has yet to apologize for her mistake. The people came to the streets to exercise their First Amendment right to seek redress from their government. Many young people in a state of fear wondered, would they be next? While local state elected officials tried to make it a Brooklyn Center issue, the shot from Kim Potter's gun was felt by millions around the world, and we responded. These young people and parents from all walks of life were met with rubber bullets, tear gas, flashbangs, and hunted in the streets like cattle by law enforcement. The community suffered from displacement, damage to their property, and damage to their health, regardless of whether they stayed inside their home or not. The press were beaten, maced, tear gassed, shot with rubber bullets, had equipment damaged, and detained for doing their job, one that, mind you, is constitutionally protected. The law enforcement did not protect and serve, they attacked. The outcry of this event led to the firing of a police chief, city manager, and caused one of the most aggressive resolutions from a city in our union, led by the Brooklyn Center mayor, and a call for a patterns and practices investigation by the Department of Justice in an open city council meeting. It led to the state attorney general taking over the case and to where we are today. While law enforcement in Brooklyn Center publicly grieved the loss of Kim Potter from the profession, the family was grieving the loss of a child whose life was snuffed out by a veteran police officer. To add insult to injury, the defendant, Kim Potter, has never apologized to the family of Daunte Wright for her actions that killed their loved one. The defendant, Kim Potter, still enjoys a pension with raises every year courtesy of the taxpayer of the great state of Minnesota. She was allowed to go home every day. She was allowed to have Thanksgiving dinner with her family and share in the pleasantries of life. Daunte's family had an empty seat at the table. They weren't allowed to share in the pleasantries of life, the joy of being together during the holiday, playing games with family and friends, hugging and kissing each other, or holding your newborn child, because of the actions of defending Kim Potter, who killed him with a bullet from her gun that she carried for 27 years. The Minnesota Justice Coalition stands with the family of Daunte Wright. We stand with the community. We stand with all those who came out demanding accountability and justice, because an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And we cannot be silent. So while the wheels of justice turn in this case, let us uplift the family of Daunte Wright, and let us continue to demand justice. Thank you.
We will now call forward the president of Black Lives Matter Minnesota, Trayvon Cruz.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. BLM Minnesota stands in full solidarity with the family of Daunte Wright and demands that Kim Potter be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We believe that what happened to Daunte Wright was murder. The founder of Brooklyn Center was a Klansman, and a lot of the early founders here in Minnesota were connected to slavery, and because of that, Minnesota owes a debt to its black residents, and part of that debt is to stop killing us, or what we call cessation, which means stop harming us or stop killing us socially, politically, and economically. These bills have been passed, like the Hardell-Sherrill Act, the historic bill that has been passed in Brooklyn Center, and the St. Paul Recovery Act, but those, we want justice, but our bills need to be funded correctly, and there's money from the federal government that has came to Minnesota to do that, like ARP funds. Kim Potter has been on the police force longer than Daunte Wright has been alive. Imagine how many times Kim Porter has pulled out her gun over the years, how many times she's been in target practice, how many times she's used her taser, and for her to pretend like she doesn't know the difference between a taser and a gun is a slap in the face to our community. Earlier, when protesters were doing a Lake Street Bridge shutdown, Jim Roth, the officer said, run them over and I'll show you how to get away with it.
Yes.
So when we talk about the art of the cover-up, it's a cover-up. They'll say things like, oh, I thought the brake was the gas, or I thought the gas was the brake, or I thought my gun was a taser. These are lies that are taught to law enforcement over years. In the past, they were able to get away with it, but not nowadays, because the community is standing up and we're in solidarity with these families who have lost stolen lives. So we just want to see accountability for Kim Potter, and we want our children to stop being killed by law enforcement.
Yes, yes.
Whether it's Adam Toledo, Micaiah Bryant, Dante Wright. These are kids, and then kids are impacted by that. The child who, Darnella Frazier, was impacted by what happened to George Floyd. And there were also children there watching what happened to George Floyd.
Yeah, man, George Floyd was a little different, man. Come on, bro.
His brother is impacted by it. Hardell Sherrill's children are impacted by this. Matilda Smith's family is impacted. Their children are impacted by police terror in America. So we want it to stop immediately, and we want to see Kim Potter. We expect nothing less than justice for Dante Wright over these next 30 days. Thank you.
Yes.
It was an accident, man.
We will now have Ms. Delshia Perry just say the few names of the people that died in the prisons, and then we will have a few more speakers and we will close out the press conference.
Thank you, Tashira. I got so emotionally upset with what's been going on with all of our families that one of the reasons why I started Be Their Voices was because there were other families. Yes. Naja Khan Powell, who you may not know his story, but he died in the Hennepin County Jail. Did no wrong. He was sick and ended up being taken out of the hospital and brought into the custody of Hennepin County, where he died. He hung himself. And then you have Stephanie Bunker, Tony May Jr., Bruce Lundmark, who was another individual who they swiftly took out of Beltrami County Jail, where my son died 3 years ago, and took him to Clearwater, where they said they were overcrowded. The man died in booking. They didn't even get to finish booking him in. And that's why I fight. That's why I do what I do. And I thank God for Tashir, for the work that she's doing. And I saw that everybody was talking about police accountability, but I said, you know what, it's further than that. We need accountability throughout all forms of law enforcement. Yes. Yes. Everyone needs to be held accountable. And how many more mothers have to bury their children? Enough is enough.
Thank you, Ms. Delshia. We will now call forward Representative John
kids
Thompson,
are doing some dumb
who
shit,
have
though,
stood
you gotta
in
admit.
solidarity with all of our families and have gone
Oftentimes, they're
through
doing some really dumb
tremendous,
shit.
horrendous harassment and everything else for standing with the community and what he believes and standing up for the lives of black men and all stolen lives.
Why don't they ever
We will now call for
preface whatever they
Representative
say
John
with,
Thompson.
"Hey, I know my kid was a complete fucking idiot, dumbass fuck up."
John Thompson, John
It is what he was.
Thompson.
You know, just preface it.
Standing here again in solidarity with another family, Katie Wright's family at this time. And as Courtney Ross mentioned, we were all celebrating the birthday of Tashir's husband, when someone walked right in the crowd as I had the microphone and said they've killed another man in Brooklyn Center. But before they said that, I said I'm not psychic another person will be killed this year by law enforcement. Let's be clear. Professionals are held to a higher standard. Teachers are held to a higher standard. Educators, definitely. Administrators are held to a higher standard. Lawyers are held to a higher standard. Doctors, airline pilots. Oh my God. Oh my God, legislators. I know firsthand legislators are held to a higher standard. When are we going to hold law enforcement to that high standard that we claim should be, or do we just end the bar with me? Lawmakers are held to a higher standard. That should include law enforcement. It's not a no-brainer. It's common sense.
Yes.
It's common sense. We are not defending something. Listen, I came here as a machinist, and my friend was murdered. Valerie Castile wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be here today had they not killed Philando Castile. I'd be comfortable in my home being a dad to my son. I would be a legislator right now had they not killed my friend, right? See, I thought I could change the law by becoming a legislator, only to have the law attack me and tell me that I'm held to a higher standard. So where does the bar end at? Where's it end? Does it stop with me? Does it stop with a black man who stands up and says he's sick and tired of standing in front of this microphone? You try to bury these murders, but you can't bury their mothers. You can't bury their mothers. And just like anything you try to bury in the dirt, a plant will come up. And here you see the fruit standing behind me. We're not going away. We're asking for accountability to be the standard here in Minnesota. We're asking also that 3 times, that's enough, 3 service complaints on any law enforcement officer, 3. You need to bring your behind off the streets and come on in and do a desk job, because 3 community members is enough. Not 50, 60 service complaints and no accountability. That is unacceptable here in the state where we claim to have one Minnesota.
Okay.
It's not one Minnesota. This is part of the divided states of America.
Yes.
And divided from reality. The reality is we keep losing young black men here in this state. And I'm not just going to say to law enforcement, because we lose young black men to gun violence in our community. And there's a reason. Attack the root problems.
We lose
Attack the root problems here in this state. And then we can start saying we have a one Minnesota. But right now, I don't see one Minnesota, because one Minnesota is not standing behind us asking for accountability. It's just us asking for justice. And this is the last piece. Because people want peace. Listen. Well, stop having these officers pull that peace out on us. And we'll give you peace in the streets.
Exactly.
Right? We're living in a state where we can lock up 650-something people for protesting. But we can excuse bar owners for violating the governor's stay-at-home order. We can drop their charges. If you can drop their charges, you can drop these protesters' charges also. Because we're not standing up asking for nothing less than what anybody else who've lost their loved ones asked for. I'm going to say thank you, and I will always stand in solidarity. I will always stand in solidarity with the people. I didn't do this for politics. I did this for the people. And as you can see, the people is who I'll stand with. Attack me all you want, but I'm not going nowhere until we get justice. Thank you so much.
Listen, banned me, dude.
We will now call forward
You
the
banned me
city
at the-
council member for Richfield, Simon Troutman.
Where they were protesting at that high school or some shit. There was a bunch
Thank you,
of
Tashira.
kids protesting.
My name's Simon Troutman. I'm a Richfield City Council member and a board member with the Minnesota Justice Coalition. I'm also a candidate for the Hennepin County Attorney. And I'm also here as a father. I'm also here as someone who's on more than one occasion sat with fathers and mothers on the day that they lost their children. And the Bible talks about people hungering and thirsting for justice, and that they'll be blessed. And what we see right here
fix it,
is a
dude.
hunger and a thirst for justice. And what we see in our cities and our communities when people protest and people organize, it's a hunger and it's a thirst for justice. And that's different than justice. And so when we think about what the sound of justice looks like, when we think about what justice feels like, it doesn't feel like a protest. It feels like accountability. And when we think about what it means to be filled when you're hungering and thirsting for justice, it means I think about what one of the best civil attorneys we have in the state, Jeff Storm, said. He's so effective at advocating for families. And what he said, and he said he used to say, he said, don't hope for an investigation. And that's because that's good legal advocacy, and he would do that investigation on his own without the help of the government. But what we're doing here, this is about truth, this is about power, but more than that right now, it's about hope. So that excellent lawyers don't manage their clients' expectations by saying you should not hope for an investigation. That's good legal advocacy, but that's not where we need to be as a community. So we're here for truth, we're here to rebalance power, but we're also here to extend hope beyond civil justice. We want criminal justice in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would ask that all of the mothers that are here come up closer, come in closer together. It was just something on my spirit. Take a look at all of us, and I'll step back. But these are the people that are affected when you murder in cold blood our people. You know, they seem to think that our black men don't have anybody that love them. Courtney had somebody, a mother that loved him.
I'm gonna tell you something about me, Joe Rogan, that you might not know. I smoke rocks.
Fernando had a mother that loved him. Justin had a mother and a fiance and a child that loved him. Katie loved Dante. Jeffrey Smith's mother, Matilda, loved her son. George Floyd had someone and people that loved him. Hardell Sherrill and Cordell Handy and Marcus Golden and Kobe Heisler and Travis Jordan and all of these families that you don't hear about because they swept them under the rug. But we are saying no more that you will sweep us under the rug. No more that you will claim that it was an accident. We love the people that you stole from us. You stole them. The state of Minnesota stole our loved ones from us. We will not back down. We will not be quiet. We will not shut up. We will not sit here and let you do this and think that you're going to walk free. And to Drew Evans, you are a part of every last one of those murders. Every last one of them that got covered up. And you sit there and you taunt our families. This is the most inhumane behavior I have ever seen in the face in my life. The state of Minnesota, the light is on the state of Minnesota for a reason. It's not no reason at all. It's because it's too many bodies that led up.
Yes, on.
Held accountable for what you've done to our families, every last one of you. We will conclude the press conference for today. Does any of you guys have any questions? Any questions? We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have a duty.
I think this thing's flooded inside. There's been just so much of that good. I gotta soak the atomizer, man. I think I gotta soak the atomizer, man. Looks like it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Good one, good one. Good one. Hey, Mama. I got it. I got you. Thank you so much. I love you, honey. Thank you. Hi, sweetie. Are you Deborah's sister? Yeah, she's out of town. Yes. Justice for women. Justice for women. We're always going to see them. I'll be looking at you. You look so cute. So handsome. You know, I'm Victoria. Came up in here looking like a superstar. No, isn't that something? Yeah, that is true. Still fighting good. Yeah. It's a beautiful boy.
That's what I do most of the time, sit at home and pray. Yeah, I do. Yeah, it was just so hard. Yes, it's hard. It is.
Different colors, and if it's not attacked.
No.
Red, yellow, red, right.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Let me dig Katie a little. You know what I'm always
Oh, it's the baby blue power circle? I'm not a part of it. I'm not a part of it. Oh, I love it.
See what I'm saying? And we all wear suits. And we just come out.
Okay, so we hold down and reset it, maybe.
I think we all need baby blue. Yeah, John.
I think if this might work. Someone said this works.
Hello everybody, thank you all for joining. This is Nico from Unicorn Riot. We are here live in the Aloft Hotel downtown Minneapolis, where you just saw a press conference. And in the middle you see Katie Wright. She is the mother of Dante Wright. The Dante Wright murderer, the murderer of Dante Wright, Kim Potter.
No, it didn't work. It needs to be clean.
Brooklyn Center, 26-year veteran, and her trial is starting tomorrow downtown at the Hennepin County Government Center in the 18th floor.
I didn't hold it long enough, probably.
Specifications as the Chauvin trial. Follow Unicorn Riot, because we will be providing coverage of the trial starting tomorrow morning, hopefully. So continue to follow us at unicornriot.ninja, Unicorn Riot on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and hopefully Twitch will have it up as well. We're going to try to bring you continual coverage of the trial. Kim Potter's facing the manslaughter and, 2 counts of manslaughter. She will be presenting a defense case that says it's an accident. Her actions were an accident. She meant to reach for a gun and not the taser. That is what she's standing by. The jury questionnaire is out and released. There is specific, all the case files are on Minnesota government's website. We will have a landing page for the Kim Potter trial up very shortly in the next 24 hours, and you can find out all the information that we have on the trial there as well. So again, continue to follow us. This is Nico from Unicorn Riot. Thank you, Chris, for running the back end. We'll continue to follow this trial. Again, this is Kim Potter's victim's family right here that you see talking to Valerie Castile. That's Katie Wright, and then Katie Wright's daughter and son. Those are both Dante Wright's siblings. Dante Wright was killed April 11th, 2021 in Brooklyn Center, mere miles away from where the Chauvin trial was taking place, and during the same time, close to the closing arguments of the Chauvin trial. Media sphere, and we will do our best. If you like, sorry, we have a little issue with the camera, so I'm trying to figure that out. So my words got a little bit slurry. But anyways, thank you all for joining. Continue to follow us. UnicornRiot.ninja is our website. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. If you like our work and want to help us continue our work, and you're financially privileged, don't feel ashamed to throw us some coin, because that's how we are able to operate. So again, thank you all. Have a good night.
Dang, I didn't get to get all that out. I was hoping to dab all that before cleaning it. Bummer. Bummer, dude. Dude. Other stuff just disappeared. Good. Alright, let me... I was gonna put it... gonna put it in a Ziploc, but then I was like, I don't want all that chemicals, all the chemicals to leach, but I guess I could do both. I could finish it in a glass without, yeah, maybe.
She just was like, I'm gonna take it.
Should have heated it up. What? I'm not watching a trial. It's much. What? That's how it. Maybe the troll? Probably. At least he has an avatar. Peanut butter and jelly. What kind of jelly though? And what kind of peanut butter? The crunchy, the creamy. Is it actually peanut butter? Almond butter? The seed butter? Is it organic? You have to stir it. The oil's in it. Always a pain in the ass, ain't it? Peanut butter and tomato soup. You put the peanut butter in the tomato soup? That sounds like a Thai dish. I really hope this works. How will I know when this is? I'm going to have to put it in like a blow dryer to dry it out. Cheap, crunchy peanut butter. Ah, great jelly. That's a staple. Sleeping, dude. I usually go with the strawberry preserves. Like chunks of strawberries in there. Dude, I got some stuff in there right now that's so like Asian jelly. But I swear it's like the filling to apple pies or something because it tastes like that. Like apple pie filling. If I put it on something, it's like I'm having a bear claw. The honey and diced apples and cinnamon and something else. I'd never seen it there before, so I figured I'd give it a try. It's pretty good. You could put it in, so you could probably make a pie with that stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just goop that inside of there and then put the pastry stuff on the outside of it. Dude, I hope I'm doing this right. And this thing said that it can take it. This is 99%. As long as it doesn't have water in it, it's just to be able to do this. Banana toast, butter banana, no mayonnaise. I've been going with the almond butter lately. It's got the vitamin E in it, so. Uh-oh, my hands are getting wet somehow. It's breaking the seams. That's good enough. I'm gonna go dry it off real fast. Be right back. I'll rinse it and dry it. Rinse it with other alcohol. Get any kind of shit that could be in it out.
Two-minute warning for press briefing. 2-minute warning.
What? Next thing we're gonna have women named Bobby? Yeah, Pat. How was it, PBS? Was that the kids thing?
What a job to be in. I thought
Oh no.
Remember that? It was actually
The sentencing pretty good.
the First Amendment. One of the good ones.
Old money goodness.
Okay, did I fix it? Okay, don't smell any alcohol.
Oh yeah, just take 10 minutes and look at it.
Dude, if that didn't work, then I'm gonna be out of Upco for a little while, I think. So another randomizer gets here.
What do you take from the kids?
I guess I burned it out. If that get there, I still haven't cleaned it well enough, but we'll see. Hey, later, man. PT99, take it easy, dude.
Happy post-Thanksgiving salad eating days, I guess.
Thanks for the $2,
Okay, a couple of
man.
items for all of you at the top. As you all know, today is Cyber Monday, one of the biggest shopping days of the year. The President will convene a roundtable shortly with CEOs and leaders of major retailers and grocers to hear about their expectation and preparation for a robust holiday shopping season. We've already seen some evidence of that over the last several days. This event will include CEOs from Best Buy, Food Lion, Etsy, Walmart, Mattel, and more. The President will also share a message directly to American consumers. Throughout the holidays, products will be on shelves and consumers will be able to purchase what they want and need. The event follows early estimates that Black Friday sales were up nearly a third since last year. In-store sales were up by even more than that, and we are hearing similar reports from Small Business Saturday. After the remarks, the President will deliver, after the roundtable, the President will deliver remarks on the administration's work to strengthen the nation's supply chains, lower everyday costs for families, and ensure that shelves are well stocked this holiday season. As you all know, the President is headed to Chile, Minnesota tomorrow, and I wanted to give you a little bit of a preview of that. He will travel to Rosemount, Minnesota, to highlight how the bipartisan infrastructure law will deliver concrete results for communities, create good-paying union jobs, and position America to compete and win the 21st century. He will visit Dakota County Tech, a technical and community college that illustrates how similar institutions across the country will train the next generation of workers and rebuild America's infrastructure. The majority of jobs supported by the President's bipartisan infrastructure bill will not need a four-year college degree, and the programs provided by community and technical colleges like Dakota County Technical College will provide the training and skill development needed to help workers access the jobs created. Paired with the historic $24 billion investments in workforce development in the President's Build Back Better agenda, schools like Dakota County Technical College will prepare millions of workers with high-quality jobs in growing sectors and will help rebuild and transform the workforce. After visiting the college, he will deliver remarks on how the bipartisan infrastructure law will deliver for the American people, create good-paying union jobs, lower prices by improving the infrastructure for our supply chains. And this is also, of course, a part of our ongoing effort to go out there and tell the American people how this bill, this law, I should say, will benefit them. Go ahead.
It's working.
It's working. One on the Iran talks. I know we got to wrap it at 1:45.
Yeah, and we'll give you a note. We will note if he's running a little bit late and you have a little bit more time, we'll keep going. So go ahead.
So off the top, the President seemed pretty confident Omicron is going to crop up in the U.S. Can you talk a little bit about when we might expect that to happen, how the White House will inform the public of its spread, and then I know it's going to take a couple of weeks for us or the administration to have a handle on all of the issues related to this variant. Why will it take a couple of weeks? Is the President confident in that timeline? Is he all right with that, or would he like the scientists to speed up? And then lastly, on boosters, he talked about the need for boosters. Does the White House have any plan to ramp up its promotion of boosters beyond what we've seen from the President?
Sure. Let me start with the timeline, because I think this is an important piece for the American people to understand what the process is and what the scientists are working on. So first and foremost, as you all know, we have a top-notch group of scientists across the country already set up to do this work, and they are working in close coordination with scientists and medical experts around the world. And you saw that coordination happen over the last several days. So, one of the things that was interesting to watch, I think should be compelling or encouraging, is that as soon as this variant popped up, it was communicated and coordinated around the world. That information was shared publicly in a transparent manner. That credit is owed to the South African leaders there, and certainly the President, to answer one of your earlier questions, is committed to continuing to be transparent with the American people as we see any cases come up in the United States. And Dr. Fauci and other medical experts have pointed to the possibility that that will and could happen, and we will be transparent with the public and track that closely. So let me go back to how this process works. These experts, our medical experts, are primed to do the work around the clock. When you want to test a virus, you need to isolate it from a swab and purify it and make sure it is a live virus. And the virus you intended to study, this takes some days. This all takes days. Then you need to grow a stock of it to test. Again, days to weeks. And once it's grown, you have to sequence it and make sure it hasn't mutated again while it grew, again, days. And finally, you need to actually test the virus with antibodies from vaccinated people. Again, days. The last steps needs to be repeated. because we want to make sure we've gotten this right. So that is the process that our medical team is undergoing now, because they want to be able to report back some of the important questions and unknowns at this point in time, the efficacy of the vaccines, and if any additional steps are needed to take, and we're prepared to do those. What the American people should know is that the president is going to do everything. He's going to always err on the side of protecting the American people. That's why we put in place the travel restrictions, and we will continue to assess any step we need to take in order to do exactly that. I may have missed one of your questions. Did I miss a question? Okay.
Boosters?
Oh, boosters, and whether we're going to promote these further. Well, I would say you heard the president say this earlier today, and we have had medical experts, Dr. Fauci and others, across the airwaves and out there in public over recent days to convey clearly that we know that boosters can strengthen antibodies in the American people. There are still tens of millions of people out there who have not gotten their booster. If people feel they don't know what to do right now, they're not sure which step they should take, even as there are unknowns, and we acknowledge there are unknowns we're looking to get to the bottom of, there's no question that getting a booster will help strengthen people, protect them, and we will continue to project that out publicly.
And then on the Iran nuclear talks as they resume, Robert Malley said signs from Iran, quote, are not particularly encouraging. And Israel's Naftali Bennett said that Iran is trying to, quote, end sanctions in exchange for almost nothing. Considering the pessimism expressed about diplomacy there, how much time is the administration giving to Iran before President Biden moves on to other options?
Well, first and foremost, unquestionably, our best approach here is through diplomacy. That is the preferable approach. So I'm not going to give a timeline for when that would end. That is what we were going to continue to press forward on. In terms of rumors out there or reports about what is going to be negotiated, obviously I'm not going to negotiate from here, not that you're asking me to do that, but our objective has not changed. It remains a mutual return to full compliance with the JCPOA. This is the best available option to restrict Iran's nuclear program and provide a platform to address Iran's destabilizing conduct. That is what we are discussing. Rob Malley is obviously the lead negotiator. We're working with our European partners in lockstep. And of course, we are going to continue to press toward a diplomatic approach.
Thanks, Jen. Two questions quickly on Omicron. The president said there's more work to do in terms of how dangerous it is, knowing how it spreads. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on some specifics in terms of what is in place now, systems that are in place now. How is this going to be tracked and traced domestically in local communities across the country, whether you're working with governors, states, or is this an area where there's still more work to be done?
Well, I think what the president was trying to convey is that there are several layers of work right now, right? I just outlined for all of you the work that is being done, the scientific data analysis that is being done. But I can assure you that our public health, our officials here are in very close touch with daily and in ongoing calls with all state health officials and public health partners. Calls were held throughout the weekend with various public health officials at state and local level. These calls included state, county, city health officials, state epidemiologists, state laboratory directors, and partners for public health organizations. So that is something that was started over the last several days, and we are continuing around the clock coordination as well. The CDC is also meeting today with state labs, and throughout the week we will be engaging with state health associations in order to make sure we are in continued close contact.
And then in terms of states and local municipalities, the president was asked this, but maybe you can elaborate more on whether he thinks these areas that have done away with mask mandates should reverse them given this new strain. He didn't really answer that. So does he believe that perhaps the district, other places should go back to where they were with the mask mandates?
Well, it has not changed. The guidance from the CDC has not changed, right? Which the district, which DC is abiding by and other localities are abiding by. Our advice continues to be to follow the advice and counsel of national public health experts from the CDC and others. Of course, they're continuing to assess, as you saw by our announcement over the weekend, our health officials are, any additional steps that need to be taken. So our advice and recommendations continues to be to watch that closely and follow that in order to protect your communities. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if the White House was reconsidering the decision to release strategic reserves, given that oil prices have already gone down with the emergence of this new variant.
We are not reconsidering, no.
And I was wondering if there was concern on the part of the U.S. government about the lack of specifics from Beijing on its part about its own reserve releases.
Again, I mean, we are always encouraging any country around the world, including China, to be as transparent as possible in any of their policy maneuvers, but I don't have any additional concerns to express today.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
A few on Omicron and then one on a domestic matter. The President insisted that the travel ban on South Africa doesn't punish them and neighboring countries, but South Africa's leaders say it does. How long does the White House envision that travel ban staying in place?
We will continue to assess it. I would say that the objective here is not to punish, it is to protect the American people. As you just heard the President say, this is not going to prevent, it is going to delay. And that delay is going to help us have necessary time to do the research by our health and medical teams, to get more people vaccinated and get more people boosted. And he is always going to err on the side of protecting the American people. I would note that the difference between South Africa and European countries is that there are already hundreds, if not thousands, of cases of the new variant in South Africa, and not as many, much a lower number at this point in Europe. But we will continue to assess what steps we need to take to protect the American people.
Are you imposing any new testing or tracing on Americans or green card holders who come from those Southern African countries once they get here?
Well, we already have stringent requirements in place, as you know, a requirement of vaccinations, a vaccination requirement, and individuals need to be tested 3 days in advance, within 3 days, I should say, of traveling. I don't have any additional requirements or restrictions to preview aside from the current restrictions on travel from certain countries.
There's a trip to Minnesota tomorrow by the President. You have all said that you're going to continue aggressively traveling and selling Build Back Better, the infrastructure plan.
Are they testing the illegals?
Is there any talk of restricting his travel or his movements at all in the coming weeks?
There is none planned at this point, and obviously we can continue to assess, but we have every intention of moving forward with our plan to sell the President's Build Back Better agenda, and obviously he's a pivotal player in that.
And on Build Back Better, given that Congress is back, what's the plan this week in terms of White House engagement with the Senate? And to Republicans who say that this is something that could contribute to inflation, I think there was one Senate Republican who called him the Mad Hatter for pushing for this at a time when inflation is off the hook. What would you say to that?
Well, on the first piece, I would tell you that our team, senior White House officials, have been in close touch already over the last several days on moving our Build Back Better agenda forward. We had some of our senior officials meeting with the Budget Committee over the last several days. I think they had 2 meetings over the last several days. We had a number of our senior White House officials meeting with Leader Schumer's team last night. So I can assure you we are moving forward full speed to get this done, and we expect action on it in the coming weeks. We will continue to press for that. For anyone who's criticizing, I would say that the way, and we saw, I would say, in recent weeks, even with the votes of Republicans, every Republican in the House went on the record voting against steps that many economists have said would ease inflation. They voted to raise taxes essentially on middle-class families, voted for higher child care, prescription drug, and elder care costs, despite claiming they agree inflation and costs are a problem. So we're out there. Democrats in Congress are out there, many of them. We welcome Republican support, I will continue to say, taking steps to lower costs. We know that Build Back Better will start cutting child care costs in half in 2022, make preschool free for many families starting in 2022, lead to the construction of additional housing units starting in 2022. What is the Republican plan for lowering costs, for addressing inflation? Something they're very concerned about, but they don't seem to have any solutions for. I don't know what the Mad Hatter reference is, but that feels like it's more applicable. Very good.
Thank you, Jen. Before Joe Biden was president, he said that COVID travel restrictions on foreign countries were hysterical xenophobia and fear-mongering. So what changed?
Well, I would say first, to put it in full context, Peter, what the president was critical of was the way that the former president put out, I believe, a xenophobic tweet and how he called what he called the coronavirus and who he directed it at. The president has not been critical of travel restrictions, we have put those in place ourselves. We put them in place ourselves in the spring. But no, he does not believe. He believes we should follow the advice of health and medical experts. That's exactly what he did in putting in place these restrictions over the weekend.
Okay, we saw the president shopping indoors on Saturday behind glass that says face covering required, but his face was uncovered. Why?
The president is somebody who follows the recommendations and the advice of the CDC. I don't know what the circumstances were of that particular moment.
He was shopping in a store, and on the glass outside it said face covering required, and we could see him inside, and his face was uncovered.
Well, again, Peter, our recommendation and advice continues to be for people to wear masks when they are required in establishments. I don't know what this establishment was. The president obviously follows the advice of his health and medical team.
Is there concern that when the president says today, please wear your mask indoors in public settings around other people, and he doesn't do that, that it's going to make it harder to get people to follow him?
I think you see the American people, and all of you see the president wearing a mask every time he comes out to an event, when he's sitting in meetings, and certainly he will continue to model behavior he hopes the American people will follow, not for his benefit, but to save their own lives and the lives of their friends and neighbors.
On immigration, Joe Biden once described the Remain in Mexico policy as dangerous, inhumane, and goes against everything we stand for as a nation of immigrants. So why is he keeping it?
He continues to stand by exactly those comments and statements. And the Secretary of Homeland Security put out a memorandum conveying we want to end this program. But we also believe in following the law, and that's exactly what we're doing, as there was a ruling that required us moving forward with implementation.
And then last one, since the president said that this administration is monitoring the situation in Waukesha closely, it has been revealed by prosecutors that the assailant swerved his truck side to side as part of an intentional act to run over as many people as possible. 6 people are dead. Some children remain hospitalized. Why hasn't the president visited the members of this Christmas parade attack?
Well, I would say first, as you saw the president convey last week, our hearts go out to this community, to the people in Waukesha, that we've been in touch, obviously, with officials there, and we're all watching as people are recovering, and this is such a difficult time of year
does a
for
president
this to
have to do
happen.
with
It's
that
difficult
shit?
anytime. Obviously, any president going to visit a community requires a lot of assets, requires
give that
taking their
fucking
resources.
asshole that
and,
much credit.
It's not something that I have
president makes a special
previewed at this
trip
point
for his
in
ass?
time,
Fuck
but
him.
we remain in touch with local officials, and certainly our hearts are with the community as they've gone through
You'd be
such
like,
a
yeah,
difficult
president
time. Go
came
ahead.
out from my
So
ass.
for the
Shit.
American public that knows that there's
Fuck
been a
him.
rise in COVID in their communities that may be related to the
clout.
Delta variant, it may be part of this winter surge, if people are experiencing symptoms and they get tested, should they have an expectation that their test will be in some way compared to whatever we do know about the Omicron variant? Is there a surveillance capability for that kind of study at this point, where in hospitals, testing settings, does that exist now?
Well, so FDA is closely reviewing the performance of existing COVID-19 tests with emergency use authorization against the Omicron variant. Importantly, test manufacturers with FDA emergency use authorization are required to assess their tests as new variants emerge. And that's exactly, Kelly, what they're doing now. On preliminary review, which is what we have at this point in time, our science and medical experts believe high-volume PCR tests, which is what you get in a lot of medical facilities, and antigen tests widely used in the U.S. Show low likelihood of being impacted and continue to work. That is encouraging, but it is something we're continuing to look at. But right now, that's what our early assessment is of our health and medical experts.
So in terms of the surveillance ability around the country as cases are positive, what is the president's view of our ability to catch that new variant if the expectation is it will be here? I mean, is there a big run-up before we're actually able to do that?
I wouldn't say that. I think it's something that we are in close touch of, as I noted a little bit earlier, with state and local public health officials. We're in constant contact with them, and we will, again, as I noted earlier, be very transparent about when we see, if we see a case here, which Dr. Fauci made clear that, well, these restrictions can certainly slow. We're not conveying that they could prevent.
And does this change the tempo of how often the president will be briefed related to COVID? Is that changing his schedule for how often?
I think, as he noted earlier, he'll be briefed on a daily basis. Go ahead.
The
President said that Dr. Fauci told him that he believes that the current vaccines will provide at least some protection from the Omicron variant. Are you able to explain why that is? Why Dr. Fauci would come to that conclusion? You laid out all the steps that have to be taken before we can determine the vaccine's efficacy. How does the President's medical advisor get to that conclusion?
Well, I would say this is a question I also asked this weekend, so not that you need my validation, but I think what Dr. Fauci has conveyed and what he would explain if he were standing here is that there's no question that vaccines and the additional boosters help boost up your antibodies to fight the COVID virus, the COVID-19 virus. These are variants of the virus, something we're tracking, and of course, as I noted, our health and medical team is doing necessary data analysis to make an evaluation about the efficacy and if there's anything that needs to be done by manufacturers to make any changes, which, as I think you've seen, a number of the manufacturers have come out and said they're prepared to do if needed, but we're not predicting that at this point. So what he's conveying as a medical expert, most importantly, is that because these vaccines and boosters help, boost your antibodies, that it would provide some protection, if not the protection that we have already to date from other variants, and that's why this is the step that the American people can take.
The President on Thursday is going to NIH. Is there anything more you can tell us about the purpose of that and how it might differ from what we just heard from him today?
Sure. So the President is, as you noted, going to the National Institute of Health on Thursday, and he will, when he's there, he will put forward a detailed strategy outlining how we're going to fight COVID this winter, not with shutdowns or lockdowns, but with more widespread vaccinations, boosters, testing, and more. That is something that we had every intention of providing an update to the American people on around this time of year anyway, but that's what people can expect on Thursday. Go ahead, and I'll come back to you, Caitlin. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Thank you, Jen. So the President said earlier today that there haven't been any recommendations to put in place domestic travel requirements, but what we saw with the Delta variant is that once it was already here, it spread rapidly across the country. So why not have any testing or vaccination requirements whatsoever for domestic air travel, since people are, flying fairly openly across the country?
Well, what I think you heard the President say, I think it was hard to hear the question, so I think this was a question that was asked, but was that he wasn't taking any options off the table, but he's going to rely on the advice of his health and medical experts. So I would really point you to them. I know we'll have a COVID briefing in the coming days.
Okay, and the President said during a CNN town hall that he was open to carve-outs for the filibuster, including for raising the debt ceiling. You said at an October 22nd briefing he'd have more to say in the coming weeks. It's been more than a month, so what happened? Have there been any decisions around the filibuster?
I don't have any additional update for you at this point in time. Obviously, the President stands by his comments, but I'll let him speak for any additional updates. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Just want to clarify on when the first case, of Omicron is detected in the United States, since it's been described as essentially inevitable. Is the White House going to announce that, or the CDC, or how will that be made publicly available?
It's a good question. I think the most important thing is we will make it available from the government. I'm not sure what source it will come from initially.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to get clarity on that. What lessons did the President learn from the Delta variant that he's applying here?
Well, look, I think that there are a lot of lessons we've learned that he's applying throughout. One is to be very transparent with the public and be direct about where there are unknowns, and be clear that there is information we have at this point, and then there's information that we still need more detailed analysis from our health and medical experts. It's also important, in his view, one of the lessons learned is to make clear to the public that we have a plan, and we do. And we are in a different place than we were 6 months, 9 months, and certainly a year ago, because more than 82% of people in this country, adults I should say, have had their first vaccine. They are widely available. Boosters are widely available. Schools are open, and there are steps that have been taken to put us in a different place to fight any variants. So, there are a lot of, knowledge that has been built upon for the President, but also our medical team, and we're using that to apply that as we communicate and as we work to take steps to fight this new variant.
Would it have helped if boosters were made more widely available sooner?
That's a difficult thing for me to assess as a non-medical expert, so I would point you to them to ask them that question.
Last question. The President said earlier South Africa doesn't need any more vaccines. They are having trouble getting it into people's arms, and the reluctance is there. Has South Africa ever turned down vaccines from the United States?
They have not requested additional vaccines.
But have they turned down vaccines that was offered to them?
So we have sent close to 8 million doses to South Africa, 13 million to Southern Africa, over 93 million to Africa, and 275 million to the world. This is not meant to be a criticism.
It's not
It is meant to
functioning.
give people understanding
Data
of
miners
what the
fucking
challenges
up.
are in a lot of countries, is that it's not just about having vaccine doses. It is about ensuring there's operational capacity, which is not meant to be a criticism of any leaders in government, but more it's challenging to have public health officials in all communities of any country available. And also there are hesitancy issues in not just the United States, but many parts of the world. So it's about having not just the vaccine doses, but also the apparatus, the capability, and also addressing vaccine hesitancy, which is, as you know, something that we have worked hard to address in this country.
Do you know when South Africa had turned down the vaccines from the United States?
I don't have any additional details beyond that. I would just note that we are prepared to provide them with additional doses when they're prepared to receive them. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Just to follow up on Caitlin's question, you outlined some of the problems that countries face in vaccinating their own citizens. Does USAID or any other U.S. government agency plan to help with some of those capacity issues, whether on the operations side or just in the hesitancy side? Is there any effort to go beyond just sharing vaccines, but actually help with getting shots in arms?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot that USAID is doing to date, and we will continue to build on that. So USAID has provided over $267 million of COVID-19 supplemental support to Southern African countries to deliver and distribute the vaccines, reduce coronavirus transmission through infection prevention and control, provide key public health information, improve diagnostics and surveillance, train health workers, strengthen case management capacity, deliver emergency food and critical humanitarian supplies and services, and respond to some of the social and economic effects of the pandemic. And that is responsive to the fact that not just now, we've long known that there are challenges beyond having vaccine doses. And if we are going to be the world leader on fighting the pandemic, that it's not just about doses, it's additional capacity as well. Included in that 267 million, 12 million to South Africa on vaccinations alone. And in South Africa, USAID's COVID-19 vaccine funding has mobilized and trained healthcare workers, established and equipped vaccination sites, supported vaccine service delivery in rural areas, and supported a national campaign to promote vaccine acceptance. And we will continue to build on that. And it's not just USAID, it's across government, including PEPFAR, including NIH and CDC, as we work to partner with and work with a range of countries to get the pandemic under control.
Does the White House have any plans? I know you said that Biden himself, his travel will not be restricted, but in terms of events, the White House is hosting this holiday season, the Christmas party, Hanukkah party. Are there any plans to restrict size or gathering capacity issues with the spread of the new variant?
I know that the First Lady's office put out some information this morning, including the theme of the holiday season, and there will be more details on holiday parties, but there are not, as you know, restrictions that have been announced to date by our health and medical experts, so that hasn't impacted or changed our approach.
And just one more on a domestic issue. At a fundraiser late last month, Senator Gillibrand said Democrats are terrible at messaging. It's just a fact. Representative Susan Wild said that one of her constituents firmly believes the extra money in their bank account from the child tax credit is thanks to the former president. Do you agree with Senator Gillibrand's assessment? How do you plan to address some of the challenges the party has faced since on its agenda?
Well, I would say in my experience here, or working communications, it is challenging to sell something before it exists. And now we have a package that the president is out there selling, including a trip to Minnesota tomorrow, including a couple of trips he already took. And our message is very clear and coordinated and united across the Democratic Party. And now it's the time to do that, which is that the president's agenda, the Democratic agenda, is going to lower costs for people across the country and give them some more breathing room. That contrasts with what we're seeing from the other side, which is not a lot of ideas in the cupboard. So I think you're going to see people out there projecting that message. We now have a package to sell. We're working to get Build Back Better across the finish line, and the president's going to be out there selling it. But I think I'll stop there. Go ahead.
Okay. Does the economic team have any projections for what the new variant might do for growth, for inflation, for the job market?
Not quite yet that I'm obviously aware of. It is something obviously we will continue to assess, but at this point in time, there haven't been additional restrictions beyond the travel that have been put in place. I mean, as it relates to CDC guidance. So I don't have any new projections at this point from our economic team.
And the holiday spending figures, if those hold and the entire holiday shopping season is higher than it was last year by a lot, does the president expect that the supply chains will be able to handle that? Or do you all expect, and are you bracing people for shortages, higher prices, et cetera?
I think what you're going to hear from the president when he meets with these CEOs shortly, and hear from these CEOs, many of whom we've been in touch with privately, many of whom I think have been outspoken publicly, is that they have plans in place, the leaders of these companies, the leaders of these retailers, to ensure that the shelves are stocked, that people can go buy goods they want, can go buy presents, and that they can do that online as well. That is the message we're consistently hearing from them privately, even as we're seeing projected increases or record, in some cases, sales.
Go ahead. I have 2 questions about the vaccination mandate for federal workers.
Sure.
The American Federation of Government Employees praised the administration for announcing today that no unvaccinated worker will be suspended or dismissed until after the holiday season. Why did OPM make that decision?
That is inaccurate, and that's an inaccurate statement, which I believe they are fixing or providing an update on. Nothing has changed on our deadline or our approach to the federal employee vaccine requirement. The deadline was last week, November 22nd, and we already have 96.5% compliance across a diverse workforce that is the largest in the United States. I can't assess exactly what led to any confusion, but what OMB put out a commentary or a public statement this morning conveying that counseling, of course, would be the first step. That's long been our approach and our policy from the United States government, but it's inaccurate to suggest or any reporting that we have delayed anything or changed it. The deadline has already passed. We're working to implement.
Well, when you released the vaccination and compliance rates last week, you did not include how many workers have requested religious exemptions and how many have received them. Should that information be publicly available for each agency? So, for example, we would be able to see if some agencies are being more lenient or strict on those exemption requests?
We did release the percentage of people who were vaccinated, which I believe was 92%, and then 96.5% compliance across the federal government, as well as agency-to-agency numbers. So you know in there what the exemptions are. Now, there's different types of exemptions, right? Some are religious. There are other health exemptions. But agency by agency, I would encourage you to ask the agencies for additional data.
In the VA, we've been asking them for weeks to give us that information for the health employees because they had an earlier deadline to be vaccinated, and they've not responded to requests for how many employees have requested religious exemptions and how many have gotten them, and that's an important distinction.
Well, again, we put out quite a bit of transparent data about that included what percentage of people received exemptions based on just subtraction, as well as what percentage of people were vaccinated. I can see if there's any additional data we'll provide. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. You had said there'd be a COVID briefing in the coming days. Will we see more press briefings from the president's COVID response team because of the new variant? And can we make a request for them to come here and do a briefing?
Sure, and I believe that I think they're going to have one tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm not sure if it's been finalized yet, and we'll see if there's another one planned this week, and I'm happy to make that request as well.
And the president's advisors have said, and heard this from the president, that it would take about 2 weeks to get a full picture of the new variant. 2 weeks then would be about 2 weeks before the holidays. Should Americans at this point feel okay going forward with their Christmas plans and travel plans if that information is still 2 weeks away?
Well, nothing has changed on our guidance at this point in time. And what we're trying to do is be as clear and transparent and direct with the American people as possible, including the fact that there are unknowns here. And we are working to assess those and get to the bottom of them. But what any American can do who's planning on traveling or thinking about traveling is ensure they're vaccinated, ensure they get the booster. If they're not yet boosted, wear a mask, take all of the precautions that are recommended by the CDC. But again, we rely on and abide by their guidance, and their guidance has not changed. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. The president was saying pretty clear that not interested in any type of lockdowns.
But is the White House or is the administration encouraging some of these cities, including Washington, D.C., to rethink decisions to lift the mask mandates that they have?
Again, we rely on the guidance and the recommendations by our public health officials, including the CDC. And Washington, D.C. based their recommendations on what the percentage of cases were in Washington, D.C., as have other communities across the country. We continue to recommend that any city and locality follow CDC guidance. If they are going to assess and change that, I can't make a prediction of that. We'd continue to advise any locality to follow that.
Would the variant be a reason to reassess that?
Again, we rely on what public health officials would advise based on any new variant, which we're currently assessing, but that isn't guidance that they have changed at this point in time.
And lastly, if you don't mind, is there any more, any deliverables or anything that you can share more about the President's remarks later today on supply chains?
He's really going to be providing an update after meeting or in advance of meeting with CEOs about the work that's been underway for some time to address the holdups in the supply chain, something we've made a great deal of progress on, and to report to the American people, sitting with a number of CEOs through private conversations and what they've said publicly, that people can be assured there are going to be toys on the shelves. There are going to be food in your grocery stores. That is something that these retailers have been working on. We've been working closely with them on, but I expect that's what you will hear from him shortly. Go ahead.
Does the administration think that Moderna in particular has a role to play here with fighting the new variant? And should it share its IP with South Africa, as South Africa has been urging?
Well, we have pressed in the past for any pharmaceutical company to be a productive player in the effort to fight the pandemic. I know you're not asking me this, but just to be clear, we can't compel or force anyone to share their intellectual property data. That's not something we have. That's not something written into these contracts, which obviously were done prior to the president taking office. But our broad view. The president's broad view is that we all have a role to play, the federal government, pharmaceutical companies, in fighting this virus across the world. We have not only provided doses, the president supports the IP waiver, something that Ambassador Tai is in the lead on, and we are continuing to provide know-how and support, in a range of ways from the federal government. Go ahead.
Hi, Jen. Two questions, one COVID related, one on another topic. Today, a federal court issued an injunction pausing the enforcement of the vaccine requirement for healthcare workers in 10 states. What's the reaction to that ruling, and how does a ruling like this affect the country's ability to prepare for the new variant?
Well, I would say that what we continue to do, we're obviously going to abide by the law and fight any efforts in court or otherwise to prevent local authorities, officials, leaders in the healthcare industry and other industries from protecting their workforces. Individual companies and healthcare leaders and others can put in place requirements in order to protect their workforce. That's something that a number of companies, a number of healthcare providers across the country have done and done successfully. So we continue to encourage leaders to take steps to protect their workforce. It provides efficiency, it provides security, health security for these workforces, and something we've seen be quite effective across the country.
Kevin Strickland was released from prison in Missouri last week after 42 years behind bars for a wrongful conviction. It's one of the longest wrongful convictions incarceration periods in the U.S., but it's uncertain whether he's going to get any compensation from the state. Does the president think that Mr. Strickland deserves compensation after 42 years behind bars?
Obviously, the case of Mr. Strickland is something that we all watch closely. I don't have any further comment from the U.S. government, though, on the discussions with the state. I will see if there's anything more we can add. Go ahead.
At the coming Summit for Democracy, how's the president planning to approach the leaders, and how or what are his specific actions or commitments to the leaders? And if you can give us more details on the summit.
Sure. So the Summit for Democracy is coming up on December 9th through 10th It will convene a broad and diverse group of governmental and non-governmental leaders to set forth an affirmative agenda for democratic renewal around the world. It will bring together 110 governments representing diverse democratic experiences around the world, as well as civil society and private sector leaders. And this is an opportunity for leaders to discuss the challenges and opportunities facing democratic governments and how democracies can deliver for their citizens based on the summit pillars of strengthening democracy, defending against authoritarianism, fighting corruption, and promoting respect for human rights. At the summit, the forum will feature remarks from President Biden and other senior U.S. government officials, plenary sessions with heads of state, and thematic sessions with governmental and non-governmental leaders. I'm sure we will have more to convey as we get a little bit closer later this week, but this is something the President committed to, and he's delivering on. Go ahead, Yamiche.
Thanks so much. What's the President's response to Andy Slavitt, who of course was a COVID advisor here in the White House just a few months ago, saying that it would be better to provide mass shipments of the vaccine, hundreds of millions of vaccines to Southern Africa rather than having travel bans?
Well, I would say, one, we are far and away the world's largest provider of vaccine doses, vaccine know-how, vaccine support, as I noted, including to Southern Africa, of any country in the world. And the President, on the advice of his health and medical team, put in place these restrictions because he's going to err on the side of protecting the American people. And even though our expectation is it will slow, not prevent, the movement of this new variant, that will give us time to get more people vaccinated, more people boosted in the United States, and ensure we learn more about this variant. So we're going to do both.
You said just a few moments ago, there are hundreds of cases in Africa and only a few or as many, not as many in Europe. Could you talk about the science behind that? Is that what the President's scientists are telling him, that because there are hundreds of thousands of cases in I was just reading what you said, but yeah, thousands of cases in Africa and not as many in Europe, that's the science behind why a travel ban needs to be in place? Because I guess I'm just trying to understand why if one person, let's say in Germany or somewhere else, gets on a plane and comes to the United States, isn't that person just as likely to have the variant end up in the United States? Could you just talk a little bit more about the science behind the reasoning there?
Sure. Well, I think the larger point, Yamiche, is that it is a much larger spread in South Africa than it is at this point in Europe and other countries. We will continue to assess if there are additional restrictions that need to be put in place. But again, this is not about punishing anyone. This is about protecting the American people. So when there are thousands of people, or hundreds or thousands of people who have been tracked for a variant in a particular country, and a much larger number than another country, obviously the health and medical advisors assess that it would be helpful in protecting the American people to restrict travel from those countries where there is wider spread.
So it's the scientists that are saying that, it's fair to say.
The President made the travel guidance restrictions in place on the pure basis of recommendation of his health and medical advisors.
Question: could you talk a bit about the nuclear talks that reportedly President Biden wants to have with China? There are some reports that he wants to sit down and talk about that. Is there any sort of goal there, an arms deal or anything like that on the President's mind?
Nuclear talks with China? I'm not sure. With the President? I'm not sure what you're referencing. Obviously, he just spoke with President Xi recently and had a summit with him. There's follow-up, of course, to that at a high level of our national security team. I can see if there's anything more that would be at his level, but not that I'm aware of. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
We've moved around the tables a little bit to hopefully improve your ability to see the demonstrative evidence on the screen. So please let me know if during the course of the trial you're having any difficulty, and we'll try to make some other adjustments. But we're hopeful that this helps.
How can you say
Ma'am, if you could stand so I can swear you in. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide the court and jury shall be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And once you're close enough to that microphone and comfortable in your chair, if you could tell the court reporter your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Melissa Logeman, Logemann. And I've been asked that some of the people in the audience can't hear the witnesses, so if you could please keep your voice up.
Okay.
Where do you work and what do you do for work?
I work for the New Hampshire Attorney General's office, and I'm a paralegal in the Criminal Bureau.
And for about how long have you been a paralegal?
About 10 years?
In those 10 years, have you testified before?
No, sir.
First time for everything. In this case, we were asked to review video and a number of still photos taken from that video.
Correct.
With respect to the video that you reviewed, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 11. It's a fairly nondescript flash drive, but you initialed that after your review, right?
Correct.
And that's the surveillance footage that you reviewed as part of this case?
Yeah.
And with respect to the still photos, I'm showing you 20 through 32 in evidence. And again, you've seen all these still photos before?
Yes. Yes.
With respect to the contents of State's Exhibit 11, that flash drive, the red flash drive, showing you State's Exhibit 35. Does this show the digital files that's contained on that flash drive?
Yes, it does.
And what do each one of those lines of data with a symbol on the left, that's orange snow security film, what does that indicate?
It's a video. It's approximately an hour of each video surveillance.
So each one of those individual files contains about an hour of video surveillance?
Correct.
And you, did you review each one of these video files?
Yes, I did.
So let's go over the files that you reviewed. And let's start with State's Exhibit 20. This is a still photo that the jurors are going to see in a few minutes later on. But were you asked to focus your attention on anywhere in particular when reviewing the video?
Yes, the top right section is the driveway and yard that I was watching.
So I'm pointing
Correct.
a laser point at this area right here, and it appears to be a driveway area from what you saw?
Correct.
With respect to observed activity in that area where you focused your attention on, State's Exhibit 34, does that summarize the observed activity in that area where you focused your attention?
Yes, it does.
Actually, Judge, can I bring the board over so the jurors can take a look at that? The chart might be difficult for the jurors to see, and plus I'm going to be showing some videos. Can I bring that?
The whiteboard?
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were pointing at.
May be equally hard for the jurors to see, but this is in evidence, again, in State's Exhibit 34. And what we're seeing on the board and also on the screen, and I realize, again, it's difficult to see, but that's a summary
Are they here
of
on-
events that you observed while reviewing that surveillance footage.
Yes, it was.
So let's begin with a stamp time of about 6:58
Why is it
a.m.
heating
on
up now? It's not going to work though.
And that's shown
It's
on
heating
the
up very
upper
slowly now.
left-hand
That's why they
corner of the
atomize this.
surveillance video. And we'll play about a
And-
minute and a half from this particular portion. Where will activity be occurring on this portion of video that we're going to be playing?
The upper right corner.
And will a motor vehicle ultimately be seen coming from that area and
Right.
driving towards the left in the video?
Yes, correct.
So the vehicle will be coming on that roadway towards me.
Correct.
So you can play that now? And as we're playing this video, we can see the time
Burnout.
continuing. This date and timestamp, that was on the video when you observed it, correct?
Correct.
That wasn't something that you added later on?
No, sir.
And again, is the area that we're focusing on where I have the laser pointer pointed to?
That was the
Ms.
question.
Logan?
Oh, I'm sorry, correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. And as we're watching the video, was there any audio with the video?
No, there wasn't.
So there was no sound that accompanied the video?
No.
You know, we've seen activity in that area right now, a vehicle.
Yes.
So returning to States Exhibit 20, is this a still photograph taken from the video that we just played?
Yes, it is.
And contained in that white circle, is that the vehicle that we saw our activity on?
Apparently, yeah.
So now let's continue to the stamp time of about 7:36 a.m. again on April 3rd. And we will play about a minute and a half. And will there again be activity, bless you, Judge, in that area that we focused our attention on before?
Yes.
Is it going to be a vehicle like we just saw or something different this time?
This is going to be 3 people going to the end for a school bus and then 1 person returning.
And with respect to the school bus, will it be coming from the left as we saw that cargo in the previous one?
I believe so, yes.
I'm sorry. Can you call Mr. President? And can we see some pedestrian activity in that corner area?
Yes.
And with respect where the bus comes from, that's from this area towards the right?
Correct.
And will the bus be appearing in a few seconds?
Correct.
The next slide shows States Exhibit 21 in evidence. Is this a still photograph from the video that we just played?
Yes, it is.
And it may be hard to see, but we have circled in white. Is that some of the pedestrian activity that we saw
Yes,
in the
it is.
video just played? Let's continue with the timestamp time. Now we're at about 8:19 a.m. on April 3rd. And we're going to play about 40 seconds of this video. And where again was activity going to be occurring from?
It's going to be in the upper right corner.
And will that be more pedestrian activity rather than vehicular activity?
No, it'll be vehicular activity.
My colleague. So we see a pedestrian.
Oh,
So
correct.
you were mistaken before?
I am, I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
And as we continue that, what appears to be the same figure, head back the other way.
Correct.
So we ended here at about 8:19:40. The next slide is States Exhibit 22. Is this another still photograph taken from the video that we just played?
Yes, it is.
And so again, we left off at about 8:19:40. The next slide starts at 8:20:20, a few seconds afterwards. And again, do we want to focus on the upper right-hand corner for the activity that we'll be observing from this
Yes.
video?
Yes, sir.
And here it's about 20 seconds. And this time it will be a vehicle?
Correct.
And will it be heading towards the left, towards us?
Yes, it will.
Or towards my area?
Correct.
If my colleague would play that 20 seconds, please. So the next slide is States Exhibit 23. Again, is this a still photo from the video that we just played?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be a different vehicle than the video that we saw early on, which showed an SUV type of vehicle heading in this direction?
It's a different vehicle, correct?
So the next video that we're going to play is about 6 hours later. But even though we're going to be playing 6 hours later, did you review that approximately 6 hours of video between this time, about 8:20 a.m., and the time we'll be doing next, which is about 4:37 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And aside from vehicular traffic on that road, regular vehicular traffic, what general activity did you observe in that area of focus, the upper right-hand corner, in that roughly 6-hour period that you reviewed?
During that time, I didn't see any activity.
So now we're going to 16:37, which is 4:37 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And this again is on April 3rd. And here we're going to be playing about 15 seconds. Well, again, we see vehicular activity in that area on the upper right-hand corner.
Yes, you will.
If my colleague can play that, please. So this time the vehicle's coming towards us from the upper right-hand corner.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's difficult to see, but is that vehicle that entered the driveway area circled in this next exhibit, which is State Exhibit 24?
Yes, it is.
So it's difficult to see from this still, but the video that we saw before showed a pickup truck coming from this area over towards the left, towards me. This vehicle that you saw on the video entering this driveway area, did it appear in similar in appearance to that pickup truck from before?
Yes, it did.
It's 11:11. Which time?
So the time we left at was about 4:37. Now we're going to 4:40 p.m. on April 3rd. We'll play about 25 seconds. And will we see this time some pedestrian activity in that corner area?
Yes.
And if my colleague can play, again, it's about 25 seconds long.
This is a very boring beginning to a trial,
It's difficult to see, but you see somebody walking towards to the
isn't
right
it?
Correct.
video.
But
The next slide shows State's Exhibit 25. Is this another still photo of the video that we just played?
Yes, it is.
So here we're about 4:40 p.m. on April 3rd. Let's go forward to about 6:30 p.m. on April 3rd. And we're going to be playing about 20 seconds. And here, will there be more vehicular activity that's shown?
Yes, it will be.
And if my colleague can play this approximately 20 seconds of surveillance video.
nothing works. Guys.
And we see the vehicle entering that driveway area now.
Correct.
The next slide shows State's Exhibit 26. Again, not to be repetitive, but it's a still photo from the video that we just played.
Yes, it is.
So here it's about 6:30 p.m. date and timestamp. And by the way, you don't know if these date and timestamps are correct, right?
I don't know.
Your role in this case was limited just to viewing the activity that's on the surveillance video.
Correct.
But in any event, it says 6:30 p.m. approximately. The next recorded activity, hard to see, but it's 7:32 p.m. on April, I'm sorry, 7:32 a.m. on April 4th. So we've changed the day as well as the time.
Correct.
Did you review the entirety of the roughly 13 hours of surveillance video footage in the time between what we saw before in the last video, which was about 6:30?
What the hell are they talking about? I gotta switch it. I don't.
The activity that we're going to be playing starting now, which is about 7:30
They're not
p.m.
talking about.
I didn't see any other activity.
Okay, but did you review the
Oh, I
entirety
did.
of that approximately 13 hours of video?
Yes, I did.
And did you see any vehicles enter
Oh, where the
or
hell
leave
this is,
area
man.
where we've been focused on?
Clear.
And you viewed that approximately 13 hours of video.
No, I did not.
So let's go on to the
Oh
observed
yeah, I'm
activity
fast
on
forwarding. Cause this witness is really boring.
your crime unit, the lead.
What is this guy? Like I don't even know. I don't care.
Porter, and spell your last name.
My name is Matthew Anderson, Anderson.
So before we begin, I've been told that some of the members of the audience can't hear witnesses, so if you can try to keep your voice up. Where do you work?
New Hampshire State Police.
And for about how long have you been a member of the New Hampshire State Police?
6 going on 7 years.
And what particular unit do you work for in the state police?
I work for the Major Crime Unit.
And for about how long have you worked in that particular department? About.
Approximately 3 going on 4 years.
And if you can explain for the jurors what the Major Crime Unit for the state police is.
The Major Crime Unit's a specialty unit with New Hampshire State Police. It's made up of about 20 troopers. We get called out to any homicides, any suspicious deaths, and other major events that we are called to work upon.
Was the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit the lead investigative agency in the investigation into Maureen R.G.'s death?
Yes.
If you can explain for the jurors generally why the New Hampshire State Police was the lead investigative agency in this case.
The Londonderry Police Department came upon a suspicious death. They called the Attorney General's office, who in turn calls us to come out and work the scene.
The involvement of the State Police Major Crime Unit, would that have been pursuant to typical procedure?
Yes.
On what day did investigation begin into Ms. Argy's death?
April 4th, 2019.
So, State's Exhibit 91, a calendar that the jurors have seen before. When did the Major Crime Unit become involved in that investigation in relation to when local police officers found Ms. Argy's dead body in her home?
Later in the evening on Thursday, April 4th.
And were you one of the investigators from the Major Crimes Unit involved in that investigation?
I was.
About how many other investigators were involved just from the Major Crime Unit?
Probably approximately 10 to 20.
And was the Major Crime Unit the only police agency involved in this investigation?
No.
What other law enforcement agencies assisted in the investigation?
The Londonderry Police Department and other police departments from Connecticut.
Now, with respect to the involvement of the New Hampshire State Police and other investigative agencies, what were among the various investigative steps taken during the course of this investigation?
We processed the scene where Maureen's body was found. We conduct interviews of witnesses or anyone of pertinent information. We conduct neighborhood canvasses, we collect records, and also surveillance footage.
With respect to processing the scene, the jurors are going to hear from another investigator regarding the details, but what generally is processing the scene?
Looking for evidence of any sort during that crime scene where the body was found.
The house where Maureen Argy's body was found, where was that?
118 West Road in Londonderry.
And whose house was that?
The Argy's house.
You stated that among the steps taken as part of the investigation in this case were interviews of potential witnesses?
Correct.
About how many people were interviewed, either by yourself or by other investigators?
Several dozen.
Were the majority of those interviews recorded, either audio recorded, video recorded, or both?
Yes, both.
And is that again pursuant to the standard procedure?
Yes.
If somebody agrees to recording?
Correct.
Did virtually all the dozens of people who were asked for interviews as part of the investigation agree to be interviewed by investigators?
Yes.
Did you yourself personally interview any witnesses?
Yes.
Who do you recall conducting recorded interviews with?
David Lang, Lisa Lang, Ray Karen, and Dan Larochelle.
Was one of the people who investigators sought to locate early on in the investigation into Maureen Argy's death her husband, the defendant William Argy?
Yes.
Were investigators able to locate the defendant immediately after police found his wife's dead body inside their home in Londonderry?
No.
Were attempts made to try to contact and locate the defendant, Mr. Argy, after the police found his wife's dead body inside their home?
Yes.
What efforts were made to try to contact and locate the defendant after his wife's dead body was found in the house?
We tried calling his phone. We tried calling other police departments, see if they had any recent contact with him. We pulled toll records from the surrounding states to see if we could get a direction of travel or see where he was going.
And with respect to toll records, that's a toll booth that a car goes by and the license plate may have been recorded?
Correct.
Were those initial efforts to contact or locate the defendant successful?
No.
Ultimately, was law enforcement able to locate the defendant?
Yes.
When and where was that?
April 5th, 2019 at the Foxwoods Casino.
And that's in Connecticut?
Correct.
What generally was some of the other various tasks that you personally conducted as part of the investigation into Ms. Argy's death? You talked about how you conducted witness interviews. What else did you personally do?
I conducted a neighborhood canvass of the surrounding area at 118 West Road, and I also collected surveillance footage.
And with respect to canvass, if you can tell the jurors what that entails generally.
A neighborhood canvass is when we kind of go around the area where the scene is, so 118 West Road. We go door to door, we talk to all the neighbors or anyone who might have pertinent information, ask them if they know the family, if they know anyone that was involved or what happened, and we also ask them if they have any surveillance footage or anything like that that might be helpful.
In the course of conducting that canvass, was surveillance footage obtained from 116 West Road in Londonderry?
Yes.
Showing you a copy of State's Exhibit 11 again, the nondescript flash drive. You reviewed this and placed your initials and dated it before, correct?
Yes.
And is this a copy of the surveillance footage that was obtained from 116 West Road?
Yes.
On the screen, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 35. It may be difficult to see, but you've seen this photograph before, right?
Yes.
Does this list of media files contained in that original footage that was obtained from 116 West Road?
Yes.
We're going to get into the actual contents of the surveillance obtained in a moment, but if we can start with the area that's depicted in the surveillance footage, and I want to show you State's Exhibit 60. And what is depicted in this photograph?
It's a aerial photo of 118 West Road, and 116 West Road on the left-hand side of that road.
And with respect to 118 West Road, is that the area that I'm circling with the laser pointer?
Yes.
And where is 116 West Road?
It's directly above it. With the
Am I
yellow
circling the correct location?
Yep.
You've seen actual surveillance footage that was recovered from 116 West Road, is that correct?
Yes.
You have in this photograph area in yellow. What does that represent?
That shows where the surveillance footage was pointing to.
So the open-faced area is kind of where the video would show?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 20. Does this appear to be a still photograph taken from the video recovered from 116 West Road?
Yes.
And if we can start first with the numbers and letters on the upper left-hand corner. What do those numbers and letters represent that I'm circling with the laser pointer?
That's the time and date stamp from the surveillance footage.
Was that information something that was embedded in the surveillance footage when it was recovered from 116 West Road, or something that was added by investigators or someone else after it was recovered?
It was embedded.
Now, the video shows a vehicle in the upper left, and it's circled in white. The circle, unlike the embedded time and date stamp, was this circle added after the fact?
Yes.
And the clock, I think the jurors saw that with the previous witness, but that records time in military time?
Correct.
So the 7 o'clock that was seen here is 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. would be 1900?
Correct.
Upon receipt of the surveillance footage from 116 West Road, was it determined that this embedded time stamp was slightly off?
Yes.
And how was that determined, that the time was off?
It was compared to when Londonderry Police Department showed up on scene. It was seen in that, and it compared with the time date stamp that they called off there and other similar events like that.
And with respect to events like police arriving at a certain scene at a certain time, is that typically documented by police departments?
Correct, through dispatch.
And with respect to the time difference, what was the time difference determined to be about?
It was approximately 41 minutes slow.
And so, looking at this exhibit again, it shows a time of 7 a.m. on Wednesday, April 3rd. So the more accurate time of when the recorded events actually occurred would be closer to 7:41 a.m.?
Correct.
So we next have State's Exhibit 33. Is that time correlation?
I dang, he's going over the same shit, dude.
So again, we have the time on the surveillance video, and we have the 41-minute adjusted time.
Just
the
fix
red
it?
circle. I mean, the red rectangle.
Oh, yo.
Yes.
Did the surveillance footage recovered from 116 West Road have audio as well as visual?
Oh,
No,
it
just
did not.
visual.
And is the camera
Yes, well.
that's recording stationary, or does it pan from left to right or up and down?
It was just stationary.
With respect to what's depicted on this still, we have a house with a white porch and railing. What house is this that I'm turning my laser pointer on?
That is 116 West Road in Londonderry.
And what is the roadway that the vehicle circled in white is on?
That's West Road in Londonderry.
And what, if any, portions of 118 West Road, where Ms. Argy's body was found, is in the field of view for this surveillance footage from 116 West Road?
Part of the driveway and part of the front yard of 118 West Road.
I'll give you a laser pointer to point the areas of 118 West Road that's seen on this surveillance footage.
So approximately right there in between the two trucks.
That driveway, is that the only vehicle pathway into and out of 118 West Road?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, was it determined whether and what kind of motor vehicles Maureen Argy and William Argy drove?
Yes.
And what vehicles was it determined that each drove?
Maureen drove a 2017 Nissan Murano color blue, and William Argy drove a 2018 Ford F-150 pickup truck color gray.
Staying on this exhibit, State's Exhibit 33, with respect to Maureen Argy's believed vehicle, is the vehicle circled in this still consistent with that type of vehicle?
Yes.
With respect to the defendant William Argy's truck, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 23, is the vehicle circled in this exhibit consistent in appearance to the truck believed to be owned by Mr. Argy?
Yes.
Run out of ways to fix it,
I
dude.
want to go back to a still that the jurors saw from the last witness, which is State's Exhibit 24. May be difficult to see, but in the top right, we have a truck circled in white.
Yes.
And does that appear consistent with the truck that we just saw in the previous still?
Yes.
And this again is the driveway area in.
And there being no buttholes with this court case. That PB dude's over there. He was like the last person to say something before the stream went down. Kirby.
The poverty and the level of inhuman treatment to their own citizens in their own country, it is a reality. And it is hitting right now other countries, and other countries are taking care of this situation, which is a responsibility that it should be in these countries and in their own government. You can ask a person, a migrant, if the conditions were perfect in your country to live, and I mean perfect because the conditions for third world class country people, it is good education, security, and jobs. If that was the case, particularly for you, would you leave your country? And every single one of them, they will tell you, no, I will not. So the only thing that these people want, a lot of them, is job, security, and ultimately, better infrastructure. The United States is not responsible for that. Of course, ultimately, it's not responsible for that. Not even Mexico is responsible for that. But the problem is the infrastructure and how this globalization of immigration has been logistically done. It is a catastrophe. It is an earthquake that nobody knows how to control it, and it already got out of hand. A couple of days ago, yesterday, as a matter of fact, yesterday, I was in Tapachula. And 2 days ago, I was in the stadium doing a broadcast late at night, and I was asking this question, when do we forget to be human? And then I was just watching the whole scenario in the stadium as thousands of people were laying down right there and recording video. And I was like, wow, I was amazed on how people from around the world are arriving to the south border of Tapachula. That Tapachula has become the most relentless border in terms to immigration in the world, possibly. All people from across the world, they are coming in, they are arriving to the south border of Tapachula. You can see migrants from all parts of Africa. And I recorded a family from Kazakhstan that arrived the other day to the stadium. It's amazing. And a lot of people are like, ask him where and ask him how he came over here. They don't want to talk. They're tired. They don't want to speak to nobody. And particularly, they don't want to address no problem whatsoever regarding this issue. This is the number one situation right now. As the fluency and as the migrants are being digested and they're being dispersed into different parts of the country of Mexico, more are arriving to the stadium. You can actually go to my Twitter and see a photo that it was just posted by our colleagues at Routers that I met a lot of them over there, particularly Jose Torres, that he's a great photographer. He posted a picture, an aerial picture with a drone of how the stadium looks right now. And it is amazing. It is more than practically 7,000 to 8,000 people. More than 7,000 to 8,000 people. Imagine that. Again, another influx. You have 4 caravans that they're stuck. One of them is in Veracruz, a state that is close to the coast, and it is actually in the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. There is around 3,000 to 4,000 people. They're struggling to move out of that place. The other one, it was a decreased caravan that it was allowed to get permits, but there was a lot of them that were left behind, like 180 of them. These ones were waiting for a particular permit for them to start walking and for them to, get out of this prison of migrants that is called the state of Chiapas. Another one catched them up of 700, so you got a total of almost 1,000 people that they are all the way to the front in Mapastepec. You got another one that is waiting behind in Huehuetan. You got another one, in Huixtla. And you got another one that are left right now of 3,000. 3,000 migrants that are left right now, migrants from Haiti, that they're walking right now, exacerbated and continuously through every border. And they're closing the roads for the Institute of National Immigration to listen to them and to give them the particular ID that they want so they can leave the state of Chiapas. What has happened? Until now, 3 incidents, the really bad incidents, have happened. One of them was that one of the Institute of National Immigration officials wanted to go to one of these caravans, and he wanted to negotiate with the migrants of Haiti, and the migrants of Haiti turned out it surrounded this guy, and they told him, you're not leaving until you provide buses. That got a little bit out of hand, and ultimately he made a call and 15 buses were provided. Then another one just left, and they're blocking the streets as they were blocking as I was in the bridge close to the stadium when they were blocking the streets. This is because the Mexican government, it is 100% complicit on all of this problematic. They don't have funds. They don't have, particularly they don't have supplies. They are not prepared for this. As for the Biden administration, it is completely complicit on what is happening to the migrants and their hurtful journey as they're going up or whatever, their journey is. It is horrible what they go through. But the Biden administration is the number one complicit on all of this to invite the world with not an adequate geographical logistic manner as he promised Joe Biden a better pathway for citizenship or better pathway for migrants. This has, created an animosity between authorities, and ultimately has created an animosity not only between authorities, but also has created an animosity between migrants and other branches of level of government. It is completely difficult right now, the situation. It is surpassing every critical handling of a manner on how to control this catastrophe. It is difficult to control this kind of situations And it is really hard for us to understand why. Why hasn't been resolved the way that it has been resolved, and why it hasn't been resolved the way that it needs to be resolved. In my news that I have been giving you guys, 3 events happened in this current trip that we had. Horrible events. A little girl from 1 year and 2 months died of dehydration. 1 year and 2 months died of dehydration. A lot of people are suffering because of this immigration issue. And it is a reality, people. A lot of people are saying, Oscar, you're pandering to the migrants. Oscar, you're pandering to this. I'm not pandering to nobody. You haven't even, these people that they are saying these kind of situations are really incompetent individuals that they never had a chance to walk, see, and understand how this globalistic immigration works. When you see, walk, and investigate and be part of the group of journalists that see all this mass migration as it is developing, you will be like, wow, this is shocking, and how they're using people for their political agenda. It is really difficult to really see a child suffer consequences. A woman that has been raped in the Darien Gap, a man that has been abused in the Darien Gap, women that they're pregnant that they have been abused in the Darien Gap, children that they have extracted their organs and being thrown in the river like it's a piece of meat. All those kind of inhuman situations are horrible, and nobody's being held accountable for that. Right now, the situation is getting out of hand in the part of Tapachula. It is a complete mess. And it is a complete mess because the delegate of the State of the Institute National of Immigration by the name of Aristeo Taboada, an inhuman and prepotent, arrogant individual that leads the Institute National of Immigration in the South Border, he called our National Guard officials, "You are behaving like Haitians, like people from Haiti." That was his expression. Imagine that. Imagine listening to the head chief of the Institute National Immigration arriving to the stadium. And he wanted to go into further lines where the National Guard had control. But him, being an arrogant, prepotent individual, he wanted to surpass the authority of the National Guard. And because the National Guard did not let him into other lines that they were, in custody by the National Guard officials, he called them like this: "You are behaving like people from Haiti. You look like Haitians." Unbelievable. The way that they denigrate, the way that these leaders of our authority of Mexico, how they are handling this situation, it is completely horrible. It got out of hand. The globalist compact of immigration, it is the #1 problem right here. There is no legal pathway. There is no orderly, safe migration. It is a risk that every single person is taking every time that they walk. I have seen it, walk with it, and I have experienced it myself. I have walked so many miles with them. And in my mind, when I'm walking with them, and when I'm literally sweating, Somebody's asking, what's the name of the official? Aristeo Taboada. When I'm literally walking with them, and I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, what is this person thinking really? As he's walking for miles and miles and miles, you are experiencing something that is remotely unbelievable for a person to walk so many kilometers and to ultimately land at a place where possibly they're going to return you back and they're not going to admit to you. The problem is that this influx has created an enormous chaos. It is a reality. Migrants are waiting for an answer from the Institute National Immigration of Mexico. Also, this exact situation happened in Belarusia with Poland. This exact situation happened to France with Spain. This exact situation happened with the borders of Morocco to Spain. This exact situation happened with the borders of Italy with the Mediterranean Sea. This actually happened with all European countries. This actually happened to all European countries. Mexico does not have the funds. The United States, it is right now saying that they are going to emphasize on the stay in Mexico policy. It hasn't been approved. The Supreme Court is demanding that Biden administration puts back the remain in Mexico policy. But the Biden administration just released a statement that every border of every city needs to take care of migrants as they are arriving to the border. There's two consequences right here. If you put the remain in Mexico policy, the migrants will be held back and they will be remaining in Mexico until possibly their cases will be heard or never be heard. And it will collapse our borders in country of Mexico. If you allow them in, it will create create an open border agenda, and everybody will try to go to the border of the United States or Mexico, and millions will enter irregularly, illegally, or legally asking for asylum. Both ways, it is chaotic. There's no solution. There's no pathway. Joe Biden lied not only to the migrant population, but also he lied to the United States government, and he lied to us, the people in Mexico, that he was going to resolve the immigration situation in his country. It is a complete disaster, the way that they're handling this. A lot of people say there is a large population that is coming to every border and is irregular. Yes, I understand that. But this is the actual fact that I will tell you. Behind people, there's
I need to turn off with this guy.
elite.
I'm tired of listening to him
There's an
talk.
agenda.
Get out of my face, asshole.
Approximately 15 minutes.
Shit.
In terms
Face,
of the route
asshole.
from 118
I'm
West
sorry.
Road to that Home Depot is one travel route by car depicted in this exhibit, which is States Exhibit 37.
Yes, it is.
He's not an asshole.
The
Great.
next slide
He's great.
States Exhibit 28, which
Oscar
the jurors
Blue.
have seen before. You see the truck that's circled in white here?
I do.
So looking at the direction that that truck is heading on West Road to the left, if we can go back to States Exhibit 37, is this route one would take from 118 West Road to Home Depot in the direction that that truck was heading in the photo that we just saw?
Yes.
So going back to this photo, if this truck were heading to Home Depot, this route is one that it could take.
It is, yes.
And you said you actually did recover surveillance footage from the Home Depot in Londonderry?
I did.
And from what areas of the Home Depot did you recover surveillance footage?
From 3 different angles, from the self-checkout register department area to the exit, one of the exit doors, and the parking lot.
And I just read for the jurors a certification from States Exhibit 1, which is a certification from Home Depot. It has attached to it a disc, a surveillance disc, and you actually reviewed this and initialed and dated it, correct?
Correct.
So you reviewed the surveillance footage that we're going to be going over momentarily?
I did, yes.
So let's start with the clip that's labeled on the bottom left, SCO. In what area of the Home Depot does this depict?
The self-checkout area?
So self-checkout area, so someone can scan his or her items and pay for it without a cashier's assistance?
Correct, yes, they can.
With respect to the date and time stamp located on the bottom left-hand corner, were those date and time stamps embedded in the videos when you recovered them, or were they added afterwards?
They were there when I recovered the video.
As to this red circle in this particular video clip, was that something that was added afterwards?
Yes, it was.
The recovered surveillance from Home Depot, did it have audio that accompanied the video, or was it just video?
It was just video.
Okay, so we'll play this first clip, and we'll play about the first minute or so. And should jurors be focusing their attention in that red circled area?
Yes, they should.
So we can play, and again, we'll play about the first minute or so.
Meow, 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 meow.
And we'll go on to the next slide, which is State's Exhibit 15. Are these still photos from the video footage that we just reviewed?
Yes, they are.
So with respect to the photograph on the upper left, the next slide, is this going to be a blow-up?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the self-checkout area that's depicted in the surveillance footage?
Yes, I am.
And what area of the self-checkout register is the person in the video from which the still is taken? What area is that person reaching for?
The area where you would receive your receipt and/or any cash that's returned to you.
Moving on to the other surveillance still in State's Exhibit 15. The person circled in red who just made the purchase at the self-checkout on the upper right, what area of the store is he walking to, over to the right in this photo?
Towards the exit of the Home Depot.
And does the next video surveillance footage that we'll be viewing depict that exit area where he is walking?
Yes, it does.
So let's play the second portion of surveillance video, and we'll play the first 11 seconds or so. And before we do, where should the jurors be focusing their attention?
On the left-hand side of the screen, approximately halfway up.
Sorry. So this area right here where I'm pointing the laser pointer at?
Yes.
And again, we're only going to be playing 11 seconds, so it goes by fast.
Yes, sir.
You can play that. And somebody's walking towards us in the view.
They are.
And if we can pause, please. Now we're on State's Exhibit 16. Are these still photos from the video surveillance that we just saw?
Yes.
And, I want to focus on the photo on the right, which is circled. The next slide, do we have an enlargement?
Yes.
And the person appears to be holding a bag?
Yes.
And where generally is the person with the bag walking to?
Towards the exit of the Home Depot.
And does the last surveillance footage that we'll be viewing depict that parking area where he's walking to?
Yes, it does.
So let's play that last portion of surveillance footage, and we're going to play its entirety, which is about a minute long. Again, it's the red circled area where we're focusing our attention on,
Yes.
and that has been added after receipt of the surveillance video.
Correct. Yes, it has.
And from where in this video will someone be walking to that truck that's circled in red?
Again, approximately halfway up on the left-hand side of the screen.
So from this area over here that I'm pointing to with the laser pointer?
Yes.
So again, this is about a minute, if we can now play that. see somebody starting to walk towards that circled vehicle now?
Yes.
Who the fuck pays for this? Do I have to talk to the police department? How does this work?
Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.
So the next slide, we have State's Exhibit 17. And are these still photos from the surveillance video that we just saw?
Yes, they are.
With respect to the truck leaving the parking lot, it may be difficult for you to see, so I do have State's Exhibit 17. According to the embedded date and timestamp, about when does that truck leave the parking area?
Approximately 9:11, 9:12 in the morning.
So about 9:11 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And going back to the slide showing the approximate travel distance and time between that Home Depot and 118 West Road, you said again it's about 15-minute travel time?
Yes.
So adding that 15 minutes or so to approximately 9:11, so that takes us to about 9:26 a.m., is that fair?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 29, which is a still surveillance photo that the jurors saw earlier. Do you see in this still that what appears to be the same truck circled in white?
Yes.
And about how much of a time difference is depicted in this photo, which is 8:41, from the estimated travel time that we got before, which is about 9:26. So what's the difference between 8:41 and 9:26?
Approximately 45 minutes.
I'm showing you a slide that the jurors saw before State's Exhibit 33, which shows a time difference of 41 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Switching gears to another topic, you said that as part of the investigation into Maureen R.G.'s death, you spoke with James Timbus and he allowed you to photograph text messages from his cell phone.
Yes.
Did Mr. Timbus also give you a debit card?
Yes, he did.
And in whose name was that debit card?
William Ardrey.
And with respect to the debit card for William R.G. obtained from Mr. Timbus, how do the last four digits of that card compare to the last four digits of a debit card associated with the bank records for the defendant William R.G. in March 2019, which was State's Exhibit 5? The last four digits from the defendant's bank records for the debit card are 0368. How do those last four digits compare to the last four digits of the debit card, the physical debit card from Mr. Timbus?
Yes, they are.
Same?
Same.
One moment. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
And may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Ms. Jate?
Yes.
Sir, you can step down, you can stay, or leave as you choose.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Judge, as stated before, that's the last witness the state will produce for today. We do have additional evidence to provide, though. And would you like us to bring in you need her name for the record? So the state calls Annie Gagnon.
If that didn't do it, oh.
or?
Oh, it's broken. There's
Attorney
something
Hinckley, I was
inside
still
of it's
inclined to swear
broken.
the witness in. I was still inclined to swear the witness in.
This just came out.
Okay, yes. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide this court and jury shall be the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. And once you're seated, if you could state your full name for our court reporter.
Sure. Full name is Annie Gagne. Last name is spelled Gagne.
Thank you.
So Judge, at this time, we'll be reading the sworn grand jury testimony of William Argy, taken at the Rockingham County Superior Courthouse on Friday, May 10th, 2019. So I will be asking the questions as seen in this transcript, and the witness will be answering for Mr. Argy.
Thank you.
Question. Let's begin by introducing yourself to the grand jurors and giving your name, your date of birth, please.
My name is William Argy, date of birth 8/21/72.
And you understand that your testimony here is being recorded?
Yes.
You were served with a subpoena for your appearance before the grand jury today?
Yes, I was.
You know that you are here before the grand jury regarding the death of your wife, Maureen Argy?
According to what the subpoena said, yes.
Mr. Argy, I know that we were here just 2 days ago, but I want to go over again with you your rights and responsibilities as a witness before the grand jury. You understand that you have the right to refuse to answer a question in this proceeding if the answer may incriminate you. Do you understand that?
I do.
By incriminate, I mean that the answer could cause you to be charged with a crime or crimes or be used to support a criminal charge. Do you understand that?
I agree.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
If I ask a question and the answer will not incriminate you, you must answer the question. Do you understand that?
I do.
In other words, you cannot refuse to answer a question because you do not like the question, you do not want to answer the question, or if the question may be personal or the answer embarrassing. Do you understand that?
I do.
You also cannot refuse to answer a question because you believe that it may incriminate a person other than yourself, such as a family member. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you understand that providing false testimony and lying to the grand jury is a crime in New Hampshire, and that crime is called perjury?
I do.
Do you understand that perjury is a Class B felony in New Hampshire? Then that means that if you are convicted of perjury, the court could sentence you up to 3.5 to 7 years and also impose a fine of up to $4,000. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you understand that any answer that you give here today may be used against you in a court of law?
I do.
Mr. Argy, do you understand everything that I have just told you?
I do, sir.
Do you have a lawyer here with you today in the courthouse to represent you at this grand jury proceeding?
I do, sir.
You understand that your lawyer can only be with you in the courthouse. You cannot come here into the grand jury room during your testimony.
I do, sir.
You understand that you are allowed to step out of the room and consult with your lawyer at any time that you choose to do so.
I do, sir.
Do you understand that?
I do.
You want to take an opportunity now to speak with your lawyer about the rights and responsibilities that have just gone over with you or anything else at this point in time?
Not at this time, sir.
And again, you have understood everything that has gone over with you?
I do.
Let me take the opportunity. If there's a question you don't understand or you want more, or you want me to repeat or rephrase, I will do so, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
In the weeks prior to Maureen's death, was anyone in the family sick, either yourself or the kids?
I believe the kids had a virus.
And when you say a virus, can you explain what their symptoms were? Anything along those lines?
Gastrointestinal, vomiting, diarrhea.
And was that one kid or both kids? Your son and daughter, both?
It started with one, then the second.
And who did it start with?
To my recollection,
It's
I
working.
think it started with Gavin.
To your recollection, did either of
The hell,
the
I
kids
was gonna
stay
work.
home because of the sickness from school or other activities?
I believe Gavin stayed home one day.
Did either of the children see a doctor because of their sickness?
They did not.
In relation to your wife's death, when were your children sick? And that's an approximate time frame. It can be days, it can be weeks. Again, it's approximate.
Approximately 2 to 3 weeks.
It's eating too
And
slow.
about at the time of Maureen's, excuse me, what about at the time of Maureen's death? Were the children or one of the children still sick to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't believe so.
What about yourself, Mr. Argy? Were you sick at any point in time in the weeks prior to Maureen's death?
To the best of my knowledge, probably about 3 or 4 weeks prior, I had a virus also which I thought to be the flu.
Was it a virus similar to what your children experienced in terms of symptomology?
Yes.
Did you go see a doctor for your sickness?
I did not.
Did you
think
miss
it's
any
fixed.
time from work or from scheduled activities because of your sickness?
Not that I can recall.
In terms of who was sick first, you or the children, do you recall who was sick first?
I was sick first.
And I am sorry if I asked you, did you seek medical treatment for your sickness?
I did not.
What about medication? Did you take any medication for your sickness?
I believe I took some Tylenol.
Anything else that you recall, either over the counter or prescription?
Not that I recall.
What about the children? Do you recall them receiving any medication for their illnesses?
I gave Gavin Tylenol.
Did Maureen have a regular doctor?
To my knowledge, she did.
She did or she did not?
She did.
And who was that doctor?
I'm not sure who it was. I know that it is at the Elliott.
And do you know about when Maureen last saw her regular doctor?
I do not.
Had Maureen complained about having symptoms similar to what you and your children had in terms of the virus in the weeks leading to her death?
About a week approximately after me, she had similar symptoms as I did.
And when you say similar symptoms, this would be stomach issues basically?
Yeah.
What about any fever by you, your children, or your wife that you are aware of?
I had a fever. Gavin had a fever.
And when you say stomach issues, would that be vomiting and diarrhea, both?
It would be, sir.
Both?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Did Maureen take any medication when she was sick that you're aware of?
I am not aware. She may have taken some Tylenol, but I don't fully recall.
With respect to around the time of Maureen's death, did she still either complain of any sickness or show any symptoms to you of being sick of this virus?
I don't recall.
Did Maureen have surgery recently?
Fixed it, dude.
Not that I'm aware of.
Did she have any recurring health issues?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
For example, some people may have recurring Crohn's disease or cancer. Anything like that that she had repeatedly gone to see a doctor before over the course of several years?
Well, Maureen kept her medical stuff pretty private from me.
So your answer is you don't know?
I don't know.
Well, how about this? Do you recall ever having to go take her or pick her up from a hospital or a doctor as a regular occurrence?
Not to my knowledge.
When is the last time you recall ever having to take her to a doctor, take her to a hospital, or pick her up from a doctor or hospital for procedures such as an MRI or a doctor's appointment, even if you don't know what the particular doctor's appointment was for?
I can't recall a particular time.
Let's say within the past 2 years, do you recall a time when you had to do that with her?
Not myself.
In the days leading to Maureen's death, did she complain to you about anything physical, any physical issues that she was having?
Physical, no.
Did Maureen have a routine? Would she leave home typically around the same time in the morning, come back after work typically at the same time?
To the best of my knowledge, sometimes it would be sporadic depending on if I needed to work.
So, for example, taking the kids to the bus. My wife and I have an arrangement. Typically, I take the kids to school. She picks up the kids after school. Was there something similar in your family?
There was something similar to that.
And what was that routine, understanding that the routine changed from time to time?
Again, it depended on if I had to work or not.
And if you did not have to work, what would be that, excuse me. And if you did not have to work, what would that routine be? And again, understanding that routine could change from time to time.
The routine usually was I would put them on the bus and I would pick them up.
When you say you would pick the kids up, would you typically pick the kids up and then return with them home, or would it depend on if they had or you had something going on?
It would depend on whether something was going on, whether it be softball, baseball.
Assuming that there was no softball, baseball, music lessons, anything like that, around what time would the children typically get home?
Approximately anywhere between 4:30 and 5:45, depending on the day.
And typically, what time would the bus pick up the kids at the driveway, typically?
Typically between 8:25 and 8:35.
At the time of Maureen's death, you had a cell phone?
I did.
Do you have Maureen's cell phone?
I do not.
For about how long had you had your cell phone number for? About?
3 months.
Did you have a single phone or more than one phone?
I had a single phone.
Did the home have a landline?
No.
What about text messages? Did you frequently receive text messages from Maureen?
I did.
What type of things would she text about?
I can't recall anything particular.
Some people text on everything and anything now, and some people just text when it's necessary. How would you characterize Maureen?
She was a texter.
How about yourself?
I was a caller.
Do you recall the last text message you received from Maureen, when they were, about?
I can't recall.
Do you recall the context, even if you can't recall about when it was?
I cannot.
When you and Maureen are not together, for example, in the same house and could physically communicate with one another, how would you communicate? Would that be through the use of your cell phones?
A majority of the time.
Is there anything else about Maureen that I haven't gone over with you that you would like to tell the grand jury at this time? I'm sorry, that you would like to tell the grand jury about?
Not at this time.
Why did you drive your wife's SUV to the casino, Mr. Argy?
Because my truck was 3 months behind payment and probably being ready to be possessed or repossessed.
I guess if you can explain that to me, because you could have driven your truck. I guess those who are looking for it would not have been able to find it if it was in Connecticut.
To the best of my knowledge, I don't know that. It has a GPS system in it.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is it that you believe if you drove the truck there, it might be taken from you while you're at the casino?
And I would be stuck there.
Before we continue with the next questions and answers. Putting up State's Exhibit 89. Grand jury, we have for the jurors, grand jury exhibit number 1, grand jury exhibit number 2. Continuing with the testimony. Mr. Argy, I am showing you grand jury exhibit number 1. Do you see this exhibit?
I do.
The exhibit has on it several typed phrases, words, and numbers. I am showing you grand jury exhibit number 2, which is a blank piece of paper. I want you to copy the words, phrases, and numbers on grand jury exhibit number 1 onto grand jury exhibit number 2 as you see them, including capitalization and punctuation. Do you understand that, Mr. Argy?
I do.
And that completes Mr. Argy's sworn testimony before the grand jury. For the last slide for this particular testimony or evidence, Your Honor, I'm showing State Exhibit 89 on the left, and State Exhibit 90, which the jurors heard testimony on the right. So I'll just let the jurors look at that for a few seconds, and then
All right, Your Honor, I think this is separate from the witness that's on the stand. Before we get to this next part of the state's case, can we vote?
Yes, of course. And may Ms. Gagné be excused by both sides?
yes, Judge.
You can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
And you can stay or leave as you choose.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you just heard redacted portions of Mr. Argy's grand jury testimony. Portions of it were redacted or excluded for legal reasons. I don't want you to speculate as to the cause of those redactions. And then further, in consultation with counsel prior to you hearing that testimony, I instructed counsel that I wanted them to bring a witness in for ease of reference as you heard that back and forth so that it wasn't confusing as that testimony was read to you. So it was at my direction that a staff member of the Attorney General's office came in to read one portion of that communication between the prosecutor and Mr. Argy during the grand jury session. Thank you.
Lastly, Judge, we just wanted the jurors to compare the state's exhibit that we just saw. I believe it's 89, and the state's exhibit that they saw previously, which I believe is state's 90. 89 on the left of this exhibit, state's exhibit 90 on the right. So I'll leave this up for a few moments. Judge, if the jurors indicate to you that they're done, I'll move on to the next exhibit.
I'm getting yes nods from the juries. Anybody else? Everybody, why don't you raise your hand when you've concluded your viewing of these two exhibits? And the record will reflect that all the jurors have raised their hand. Thank you.
So next, Judge, we'll be reading from State's Exhibit 4, which is another certified business record, this from Ford Credit. And after I read the certification, we'll play several recorded telephone calls. And again, this is State's Exhibit 4. I, Michelle Williams, on behalf of Ford Credit, being duly sworn, say, I am employed by Ford Motor Credit Company, LLC, hereafter Ford Credit, as an account services representative and am authorized to execute this affidavit. I am familiar with the business practices of Ford Credit with respect to its generation, collection, and maintenance of recordings of telephone calls placed to Ford Credit by customers. In the regular course of business, Ford Credit makes and keeps for a period recordings of telephone calls made to Ford Credit by customers. The attached recordings are for 3 telephone calls made to Ford Credit from a customer who identified himself as William Archer. The 3 telephone calls are labeled Call 1, Call 2, and Call 3. Call 1 was placed to Ford Credit at about 12:34 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on March 8, 2019. Call 2 was placed to Ford Credit at about 4:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on March 15, 2019. Call 3 was placed to Ford Credit at about 10:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on March 29, 2019. The recordings were generated and collected in the ordinary course of Ford Credit's business. The recordings were generated contemporaneously as the calls were occurring and were generated in the normal course of business by Ford Credit. The attached recordings are true and accurate copies of records generated and or maintained in the ordinary course of Ford Credit's business. And with that, we will be playing those 3 recordings, Judge. In total, they're about 35 minutes long.
Thank you. And again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there now have been, I think, 2 readings through the state of records from establishments. As I indicated earlier, the parties have agreed to the introduction of certain exhibits. These are part of that production. As you know, during jury selection, I had informed you that we may hear from the keeper of the records of a number of entities. In lieu of bringing live people in to provide this testimony, the parties have agreed that records could be read into the record, such as what you've already heard, in lieu of that testimony coming in live.
So the first one is about 11 minutes.
Mr. Miller, the first name is William, the last name is Kelsey, and he's Chinese.
All right, then can I verify your address for me?
And we see what's going on the mission, they'll be built out.
Okay, did you have an alternate contact number provided with the winner calling from today, or is that it for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so may I help you 2018 Ford F-150?
I called Rob.
It might be too loud.
And he did some basic stuff, like the online, and even like when I'm calling and saying that you guys receive the payment, but it's my day. It said that if the money wasn't there, that the money was there, and if you had sent me, then you guys tried to take it from the wrong account, or there was something along, so I told one of your colleagues and said, hey, I should be able to make a payment, this week. I wanted to call and see if I could have another week. I did my own job, but I'm working a couple days a month. So I should get a paycheck next Friday. And I might not be able to, I know I do receive
I barely hear anything either, so it's pretty shit.
Some of those schools. Because of fees that you get to not make the payment.
You have late fees for when your payment's been received more than 10 days late, and then you have unpaid extension fees for the 3 months.
The extension, I'm sorry, the extension, the extension. So, but I'd be able to pay that, but I wanted to call and just, if I can't do it, I can't do it, but right now I don't have the 610, but next Friday I'm get a paycheck, as I worked for the last 3 days, they are 2 days in front of me.
Okay, the only thing I'm a little bit confused, you said we used the wrong bank account to debit your payment, because I
what I put it in, and it should be coming from the account 1937, ended in 1937, but it was coming out of the account of 203, or 209. So I went to the bank, because I have like $150 in fees, because I guess they say that you guys kept on redoing it, but it's not.
He's trying to do some fraud stuff. Right?
Obviously doing up, that probably shouldn't have told me the bank told me, and so I'm trying to get those fees regardless. Because I actually put it in from the 1937 account, but for whatever reason, it's being pulled from the 209 account. And so initially, when I tried to fully make the payment, the money was there. But it was being pulled from the wrong account, and then obviously I thought a check was coming, but it's not till next week. I thought it was going to be last week. So now I'm kind of like, okay, well, so I tried to pay another bill, thinking that the check would come, so the money ended up, that was originally for you guys, was paid by the other bill, and I'm like, okay, why did it taken out of the 209 account, because it was supposed to be, because the thing is, I tried to make the payment to you guys, and what I was trying to explain to your colleague a few days ago, and now, if there's no money there, and now I'm like, okay, well, great, the bill that I probably should have, talked to them and said, hey, can you give me a couple days, and then I make the money, and now I have to call you guys and say, hey, can you wait a couple days?
Well, just to clarify, Sarah, and I can send you confirmation in writing, I can send you a copy of the email confirmation that was done on the payment for February 22nd online and the one for February 26th online. Both of those, there's only one bank account for on the website, so when it ended in 1937, both of those were scheduled with that bank account information, and both of those were returned to the Division Trust. So this looks like any other account was used for those payments. There's only one on the website.
Well, yeah, so what I'm telling you is when I go to sign into my bank account, okay, I have 3 bank accounts, but with you guys, I only have 1, okay? And the one that the money was in, that you guys are saying is being pulled out, what these do not be pulled out of that account, which are pulled out of the account that I use for like my plane. Like where I have, like $20 or $30, and so obviously, And I know that you guys can see that, and it does seem hard because I literally went to the bank and argued with them for an hour. I said, okay, well, somebody's messing up because I had it on my phone. I took pictures of the account. And then I said, okay, well, the first time I did it, the second time I did, and I brought this, and I said, okay, well, Ford's telling me that this is the account that it should be coming out of. You got it pulled it, you allowed it to be pulled out of this account because no money in it. And I have a confirmation from a bank manager that there was money when I sent that payment, initial payment to you guys back on the 21st. So now I basically told the bank that I'm going to be leaving them. So when I get the money next week, I'm actually going to be paying you from a different bank account. I'm actually going to give you just my ATM card. If I can, then I'll pay. It's not a big deal. I just use the bank number there. But I actually, and I didn't really care if it was me. I'd actually come to them and start paying it from just doing the job. So there's no next time.
Okay, well, as far as we don't take cards, payment, we need to provide your bank account number and routing number. Okay, and then as far as payments, like, so you've already had 2 payments returned. If one more does return, then you won't be eligible to make payments cycle.
Okay.
And then, here. So you're saying by next Friday, which is March 15th, you plan to pay at least $610. You'll have your March payment due at that time. Do you know when you will be making that payment?
And then the following week, I could probably make the March payment. And if not, then I'll call, but I'm not positive.
Okay, and what is changing that you're going to be able to make a payment every?
It's kind of like I guess a part-time job. It's not guaranteed hours, but per se, but they said that they should be at least 20 hours a month, and with the hourly rate that they get, it's going to be able to at least pay the bill.
So I'm documenting the March payment will be paid on the 22nd, and then the February payment will be paid on the 15th. Document both of these arrangements here. Won't be until then. However, it is important that you do keep both of these arrangements.
Yes, no, I will. It's so funny, and my boss, it's nothing that you guys have got, because of you guys are confirming that I did try to pay for my account, but I mean, I don't even mind if you give me a tax number, it sends you the statement from the other account where it says, return fees for credit, return fees for credit, return fees for credit. And I'm like, okay, well, I know that it should be returned, but there's $10 in that account. Why did I try to pay $610? I don't, from an account that only has $10.
I think that, it doesn't, you have to really do with that information on.
Yeah, no, it's just, it's not anything that you can do. It's something that I've actually gone and done legal action.
So, if I'm going to go through the payment arrangements, just keep in mind that we may report delinquency with payments to receive 30 or more days late, and then the late fee may occur when the payment is received more than 10 days late. If you have anything else we can assist you with at this time?
No, that's good. If I did it on the 22nd, that shouldn't be delinquent. I say it for the 22nd.
It's past due, right, when
get this taken care of.
No, other problems, right? Well, the one on the 22nd for March, I mean, that would be, that would definitely be within the 10-day period if it's received by the 22nd.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you very much for your time, and understand it, and I'll get those tickets to you then.
All right, sir, we'll need to take your routine for Friday, and you will enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you, you too. Bye-bye.
Next call is about 7 minutes.
Hey, good. Okay, yeah, sorry about it. The video, first name is William, last name is R-T-A-R-G-I. Okay, did you call me 2018 Ford F-150? I am. It's your complete report. So I called earlier, either in the week or end of last week. Spoke with them, they called me, been having some financial problems. Like I think everything's documented. I don't know if there's, if we pull up, if there's like a 5-page, I mean, people have been typing up a storm, certainly call. But basically I said that I was going to make a payment today, and I have, but I did it online, and it said that it's not going to be credited to the 18th, but I just want to let you guys know, is there a way that you guys would look at that I can take that payment? Yes, I did. Oh, okay. I think because you guys have been very understanding and willing to work with me, and I was like, okay, I can take this payment. No, I don't think it's the limited to our system, because we go to a bank, so it's bank is something to apply, so it's the next 6 days, Sunday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, so, but that's okay, no, I just wanted to make sure. Oh, after this, no, just, did it show that 28 days, 13, 20, 50, and it shows you made a payment for $610, is that correct? Yes. Okay, perfect, and this next one here is, the 22nd, that's still feasible? I don't know. Fair enough. And I don't want to get you, a situation where, to make a comment is not, so let me take this first one here. I'll put it on the, you made. And then, which one they're going to be, give them a call, please, if you guys know, like today, if you were to it or not, and then we kind of go further from there. Now, then we'll have to go into a situation where, then I'm going to have something, and then it's like, you didn't do it. Which, I bet I'm dead. All right, honestly, that would be good. I think what I might need is another week, but I think as we get closer to the 22nd, I might be able to call you and say, hey, I can do that, or not do that. Sure. That's not really making sense. That's under the one appointment. It's 118 West Road, New Hampshire, 03853. Correct one? I don't know which one you guys would have. I did, it was very important. That's on the 7815, that's, yeah, okay, well, that's okay, it's the 8104, the old one, I don't know if I gave you. I thought I gave you guys my new one. No problem, let's see, any alternate numbers, is that the only one? Yeah, that's the only number. And who's the current employee? Right now, none, and that's why we're having, okay, okay. I'll get you a far down, but there is a lot more stuff here. Okay, no problem. So, I'll make the account, we got. Are we, like, is there anything that's posted, that says, who's this kind of vehicle, or you don't want to wake up there? I'm just trying to find a job. And we are getting chance to work with you, like you said, we'll take the one payment here, and it will be we'll wait this one second and see what you come up with. And the 22nd, the payment here is the same for February payment. Even if you do the one payment for today, the next payment is March. Yeah. And then the 22nd, you give me a call, and we kind of know if you're going to pay it or not, if you do it one more time. If not, we can go with you. No problem. We can just go after the calendar and we'll get this rolling. Okay. Okay. Now, I know that I have 3 or 4 more of those old things. I think I don't want to use those. I trying to avoid using those, but if we need to use one of those, can we use one of those? A whole, extension? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it'd be, did you also, probably, yeah, definitely. If you can be able to also do it, there is there's a fee involved in the vehicle. Yeah. And there's no interest on it, but you have to make sure that you in manufacturing. And if you did need one, like a or first decade, see which you would get that in it, and you want to take advantage of that, then it's just a call, let us know. Because then it works like that. Yeah, I think the fee was like $150. I'd rather pay $100. And I understand, late fees are cheaper than that, but late fees look bad on your credit where I'd rather just say, hey, I can have another month to do some space to breathe and try to figure out, the next step here. Absolutely. I think, and then you should think of how which is very also, if you want. So, definitely, we'll sit down here and look forward to working with you on about the 27th. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Have a great weekend. You too, very much.
Last call, vote 8 minutes.
We have William Markley on the line, previously used credit pay. The account number is 5564291. Press 1 to connect, or 2 to repeat the account number. We have.
Thank you very much for calling for credit. My name is John. May I have your name?
Yes, John, it's William Allen R.G. Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. R.G. How may I help you today, sir?
I wanted to call about my account. I was trying to make a payment, and then I thought I did my account number, but I think I was off by a couple numbers, and that's the numbers that I actually have in finding. So I went to try to do it again, and then they said that, oh, we saw that you tried to make that payment, now we're going to a customer service. So that's where we're at now.
Okay, let me open the account and let me verify the information. Could you please verify for me what is your mailing address?
118 West Road, Bloomsbury, New Hampshire. 03053.
Thank you very much, sir. And who is the primary phone number of the account?
It's 603-845-7815.
Good. Do you have a second number, sir?
I don't.
Okay, good. Thank you. So we have the 2018 Ford F-150. The total amount due right now is $1,141.14. The amount.
I wanted to it's 10.
Okay.
I don't know who it was. You can people get to those. I thought I was going to be able to make it on the 22nd. And I didn't get the money, but I have the money now, so I'm going to make the payment. But I want to make sure that, we're not in the process of trying to get my truck.
No, sir. You don't have any recall process on the account right now. But what I see here is that the last two payments have been returned for insufficient funds. Remember, if you have more than two, you have 3 return payments on the account, your account will be blocked to be paid by phone, just to let you know, okay? So you can pay today $610 to pay the past due amount, the March payment on the account, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me put the notes on the account. With the arrangement, remember, for security reasons, we do not pay payments on the account, sir. I can make the arrangement on the account, so with the arrangement, we know that you are going to pay today. Now, you can pay online, or you can pay through the automatic payment system by phone. And is there any reason why the account was late, sir?
Hey, Len.
Well, I had truck monthly base the 15th, and then I had, I don't know why the last two payments, because the last payment, I made on the 15th.
How you doing?
No, the one that on the 18th, we received that payment, but before that, we had a payment on February, the 22nd, and the 26th.
And I had talked to you about that, not you, but somebody in your company, like literally, and you guys verified the direct account number that I was given, and right now, I have like $200 in overdraft fees from my bank, who was pulling it from the wrong account, but I told you guys to pull it from an account that ended, in different numbers, and they were pulling it from 2093. And so I'm in the middle of that, and they're asking for their money, so finally I just called the lawyer and said, look, I don't know what to do. I mean, this isn't work. I mean, it's $200. It's going to be a lot more to hire you, but, you know, so he's called them, and so hopefully that will be removed. But that's the reason why those payments were missed, because they made the mistake.
Remember that you scheduled the payment, you scheduled the payment online, sir. You are the one who chooses the account to process the payment online. We have no way how to modify that.
And there was nothing that you guys did wrong, there was nothing that I did wrong. It's clearly evidence that, you know, because I even took a picture the second time. The first time I saw it, I'm like, why is this not going through? The second time, because I called, and I actually have her name, Tatiana, called and said, you do it. So I redid it, and then I got another late fees because they said that there was no fund. It was $650 in fund, and I paid $610. So I know that there's money. Anyways, I want to make a big sense. So I know that the money's there, and it's actually a different bank. I clearly went to a different bank.
Okay, now, with the account for future outreach, with the account, remember the future payments is access to the account 10 days after the due date to pay. So you said what is the main reason about the account is, I do see on the note that the account was running late because you were out of work?
Yes, I'm still out of work. I'm still trying to find a job.
Okay, sir. So with the payment for 610, that will hopefully also be back on track on the payments of the account. The additional fees that you have on the account, the $122 and the $409 of the extension fees, what you can do with that amount is try to pay that on payment, at least $25 extra to your monthly payment to try, to try to take care of the additional money with the remainder amount in the account, sir. So let me just go ahead now that I actively promised to pay on the account. Would you go to pay online, or do you want me to connect you to the system to pay by phone?
If you can sure connect to the system, I already unloaded, it's going to be to try to get by,
Don't worry, sir. Let me connect you right now when the arrangement is active on the account. But again, today we are receiving this money on Monday, so we are aware of that, okay? So any other questions?
No, thank you very much for your time.
I really wish you an amazing weekend, and thank you very much for your time today, sir.
All right, thank you. You as well.
Bye. Let me talk to you right now.
Welcome to the broadcast.
So that's the end of the calls on State's Exhibit 4. And we have no further witnesses to this.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for today. As you know, all of us involved in this proceeding are never positive how long it'll take for a witness to testify, so everybody involved does their best to make sure that they're filling your day fully. Some days we're going to need more time, and other days we're going to end a little bit early. So keep that in mind. We will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please continue to keep an open mind, not read or listen to any media coverage about the case, and let me know if anything comes up in terms of any exposure to something one way or the other. Anything further from counsel before we excuse the jury?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you all back here ready to go at 9 o'clock.
All right.
a cosmopolitan.
Yo, Aiden, Big 6 what's up, dude? Whoa. Now what? There's a hurricane in Turkey right now.
At a window or something, but they ain't finna let me do that. They already telling me to get back, so man, y'all know I be getting that action, man. GTA style. Get that action. I'm gonna get it, dog. Y'all gotta believe that. I don't know why they got that person over there. But they ain't hand. Is it handcuff? You looking at something? We got one-on-one. I left my damn tripod across the street. Damn. So I want to sit down right now. Damn, homie.
Heavy police presence in Plum Meadow apartment on Cockrell
I'm doing
Hill,
something.
Dallas, Texas. SWAT in pursuit of robbery
When I'm
suspect.
zooming in and I'm zooming in to do something.
Oh shoot.
If you don't like it, get out the line.
A zoom, zoomy, zoom. When I zoom,
It's a million
I zoom.
police out here, man.
Hey. What the fuck, dude? Alright, why is it doing that?
I left my damn tripod across the street. Damn. So wanna sit down, right?
Hold on, dude.
Police out here, man. Whole different situation, y'all. Probably police. All them police cars. Make no sense.
Steal and destroy. So we want to go there and we want to preach a message to the people.
Oh my God.
Nah, y'all, this is a carjacking situation out of another county. Hell, I know too. Billy, I already know what's going on. Dang.
You can't see exactly what apartment it is, but you see one SWAT truck right there. The other one's right there.
This person's on the same
Hold on one
event.
second, guys. This is a standoff on off of Cocker Hill in the Palmetto Apartments. Hold on.
Any troubles, you get troubles.
How he hit his head?
Hold on, y'all. It's gonna be moving because I'm typing this pin in.
How did they say he hit his head?
Okay.
How did they say?
Now
How did they say he hit his head?
Look, see, there's the truck right there. There he is, right there, and he is in the breezeway. He is in the breezeway. This is the second time he's gone in that breezeway. There's the other tanker right there, as you can see. I'm way to the back, and I'm just zoomed in because they pushed us all the way back here. Okay, so this is from the carjacking that happened in Van Zandt County. A female victim. I'm not going to say the age because we do not have confirmation. Well, they said it was mid-30s, but a lot of people are saying it was a elderly woman. We don't know of that. We don't have confirmation of that. So she was carjacked in Van Zandt at the gas station by two black males, and they got on the highway and high-speed chase pursued. They went through I don't know how many counties, tried to spike him twice. He went around that. He ended up exiting off of 20 and Cocker Hill and hit the pole in front of Denny's, and they bailed. They ran into these apartment complexes. It's believed that they are in a vacant apartment. The driver, they have the passenger already in custody. As you can see, smashes in the front, I'm in the back, and they are just waiting on this driver to get him out. Hopefully all ends well. This is a different view. Smashes at the front, I'm in the back. I am in the back, And you can see this. Let me, where's my finger at so y'all can see? Okay, wait. There is the, let me zoom in on it. There's the SWAT truck right there. That is a SWAT truck. And they are in the breezeway of where the driver is suspected to be in. We are not, it's not a confirmation. The sheriff that did talk to us said that the person was in their mid-30s. But there was a lot of people on live saying it was an elderly person. The victim is okay. She was not hurt. The gun that was used in the incident was recovered in the vehicle. And baby, if you on this live and you watching, baby, just come out with your hands up. Just come out with your hands up. It's not worth it letting them come in and get you, and they might hurt you. It's not worth it. Just go on and just come out, baby. Just come out with your hands up. Let me zoom out a little bit so y'all can see this, where the light's at. That's another, oh, come on, get away from me. Sorry, y'all, these damn ants where I'm at. This is right off of, Camp Wisdom and Cockrell Hill. I'm sorry, y'all. Plum Meadow Apartments is where we're at. Smashes on the front. Van Zandt is Kaufman County, out that way. Hey, we got stars now, guys, so y'all can just not only become a supporter, but y'all can also send stars whenever somebody's live. If y'all like the lives, go ahead and send them stars. Yeah, if he's in there. He's believed to be in there. There's no confirmation of what I heard. There was no confirmation of him actually being in there, but they are. Thank you for them stars. Thank you. They believe that he is in there. The passenger side male, I don't know where they, I don't know if he was in that apartment. I don't know where they got him from. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, when it's, when it's SWAT like this, a barricaded person, they take their time because they're planning. Sorry, guys, these ants. They are taking their time on, planning on what's the next step. They have to take their time on stuff like this. They can't just rush it, Okay, so, standoffs can happen for a good hot minute, so I do not know how long we're going to be out here. Baby, the pin is on the bottom. You can't see the pin? Where are they at? Thank you for them stars. Thank you. There's a red, wait a minute, what happened? I know that tanker didn't fully go in there. Thank y'all for them stars. Now, I have to translate. Yeah, oh, okay, I see it. I have to translate. you know, for our Spanish-speaking folks that watch our lives but really don't understand. I'm not sure how the stars work. Smash just got that to start, so I'm not sure how those stars work. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I have no idea, so I'm not going to even say because I don't know. I don't know, but it's important. It's important for our page. Baby, ain't nobody around me. I ain't got to cover my mouth. Ain't nobody around me. I'm by myself back here. I'm on the low. Don't nobody know I'm back here. I'm on the low. Yeah. I think they put that, you know, they do that robot thing, that robot. I think that's what they doing first. Try to talk to him and stuff, see where he's at. Thank you for them stars. Thank you. Let me go ahead and translate real quick, guys, and I'll get back on reading the comments. Ok, solo que ahorita estamos aquí en la calle Cracker Hill, por un lado de Camp Wisdom. Estamos aquí donde están los policías a ver si pueden sacar al que estaba manejando, el que robó el carro de la señora en Van Zandt y choqueó a frente de Dennis, y eran dos muchachos y se bajaron y corrieron, y aquí es donde vinieron a dar en estos apartamentos. Solo que ahorita ya sacaron el que andaba en el passenger, nomás el que andaba manejando, el que hizo el daño, ese es el que quieren, y dicen ellos que no están seguros que sí está adentro del apartamento, pero ellos creen que sí, que está... Sean, I sure do. I left my drink way up in the front. My husband's up in the front. I should have, I don't know. I know how these SWAT situations get. I don't know why I didn't bring, and I just got me a Dr. Pepper. I haven't had a Dr. Pepper in a minute, y'all. So lo que es lo que tenemos por ahorita. Aquí estamos en la calle Cracker Hill y Camp Wisdom. No están entrando gente, no están dejando entrar gente los policías, porque lo que tienen ahorita pasando, no quieren que alguien, tú sabes, ellos no quieren herir a alguien más, tú sabes. Solo que ahorita, por ejemplo, que por aquí, por atrás, sacaron a toda la gente y lo movieron para allá, por frente. Solo que yo estoy escondida aquí atrás. Okay, guys. Come on, baby, with them stars. Come on. Thank you. Yeah, I'm way into the back. I'm hiding back here. They don't even know I'm live back here. Well, maybe some officers do, because, you know, most of the officers, they be watching Smash page, too. Thank you. Thank you for them stars, y'all. Thank you for them stars. Oh yeah, I'm careful, and I'm leery because there's a vacant apartment right here in front of me. You know, I just hope they for sure here over there. So y'all know these standoffs, they can last up. It just all depends on the person, you know, whether they're going to go all out or they're going to end up giving up. Hopefully he will end up giving up, because we don't need another police involved killing. We don't need that when it can end peaceful. Yeah, I might miss some of y'all's comments because I'm right smack in the sun, so I can barely see comments. Thank you, Ree. Who police? We smashed the topic. We ain't police. Man, get out of here. Hold on. Okay. There you go. Ain't got to worry about me being no police because you gone. Y'all, so if y'all live right here or know anybody in the Plum Meadow Apartments, check on y'all folks. Make sure everybody's safe. Sorry, y'all. Make sure everybody's safe, and they're not letting anybody in. They have evacuated folks that are back here around this. The suspect is barricaded into the apartment, honey. And that's what they're waiting on. That's why they got SWAT, because he's not wanting to come out. They did get the passenger male suspect. Now they're just waiting on the driver. Wait, what'd you say? Hold on. Trying to read some of the comments, y'all. Go get from beside the vacant apartment now. No, for real. It's right here, right in front of me. But y'all don't scare me like that, man. Oh, we got folks coming behind us. Man, I wish I had my stand in the car, just like Smash. Do y'all know Smash got his stand? So y'all want me to stay on this live, or y'all want me to go ahead and end it? This is from the carjacking that happened in Van Zandt County. There was 2 suspects that held a woman at gunpoint and took her car. It led on to a high-speed chase from East Texas all the way here to Dallas. He exited off of 20 and Cockrell Hill. He rigged out, hit head onto a telephone pole in front of Denny's. They got off and they ran to these apartments. Let me see Smash on. He's still on live on the front side, y'all know? Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry this camera moving. I'm trying to see if you. Y'all, that was not them. It was his dealership, so that was not them. Yeah, he's still live. No, that's not him. Is he still live? Do y'all know if he's still live in the front? Smash gone? Okay. He probably gonna come back on live. He probably went to go get his tripod. There you go. I'm over here. He ended it. Okay, he letting you do it. He ended the line. Okay. Let me call him. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. There we go. Where you go? Where you go? Can you hear me? Where you go? Oh, you in the front? Oh, okay. I'm live back here. They done went into the breezeway twice already. Done came out. I said they done went into the breezeway twice already. The whole SWAT truck went into the breezeway twice, and then backed out. They back in the street now. So I got both of them in view right here where I'm at. Oh, shoot, baby, I done racked up. I'm at 5,948. Okay, I got you. All right, bye. Hey, y'all. Okay, so yeah, Smash back live. I think he back live, but he back up at the front. He said, I hear him eating and everything. Smash, I'm gonna get you. Shoot, we always hiring, baby. You say, whoever want to work for Smash, y'all message him on the page. We always looking for people because we trying to get coverage from every... Okay, there go one officer. Y'all saw him? He went walking up in there. He come right back out. Okay, he run back out. Y'all saw him, right? Okay. Come on, baby, just give it up. Just come on now, man. And he went back across the street, police officer. Hello? Sorry, y'all. Oh, sorry, y'all. I'm sorry with this camera just moving. Nah, them bangs is coming from the dealership, y'all. It's coming from the dealership. It wasn't them. They standing guard. Y'all see them? They standing. Let me zoom in more. Hold on. There they go. Come on, ants. Leave me alone. See those bangs, those are that's from the dealership, y'all. That's from the dealership. What's that, baby? I'm sorry I missed your question. Carolyn, what was it? Go ahead, do it again. Type in your question, ma'am. I get to you. I don't want to move around too much and then they see me over here and then come tell me I got to get off live.
Tracy.
This is from the carjacking that happened in Van Zant. It ended here in Dallas County. No, for real. My tripod way up in the front, y'all. I don't even know if I'll be able to get back over here. Oh, I didn't see you sit right.
I'm sorry. My sister-in-law, she couldn't get back in, so she's parked.
Yeah, they're not letting nobody in. Oh, man. They not letting nobody in. Unless she parks, she can walk up in here, but they not letting no cars come in here. What's this? Is this a dealership, right?
Yeah. It used to be drive time.
Used to be what?
Drive time.
Drive time? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, I don't know if it's ants or what. I just feel so scratched. Girl. Well, that's fine if he watching, because, baby, if you watching, just go and give it up, baby. It ain't worth it. They might take your life, baby.
Come on now.
Just come on out. They not going to hurt you. Just come out with your hands up. They not going to hurt you. They not. You just come out and just do everything they say. You're going to be okay. Just like your passenger, they already got him up in the front. He good. He good. Just go on and give it up. We got a lot of folks. We got elderly people that have been taken out their apartments. They sitting outside, and it's heat. It's sun is bearing down on them. We got folks that are pregnant, can't get back in their apartments. You know, it's causing too much. Like, Baby, just come on out. They walking up in there. I wonder. I hope he gives up. I hope, if you watching, I hope he give up, baby. Look, I'm on live right here. They moving their vehicles. They finna ram it. Yeah. Come on. See, because one already went halfway up in there. Hello? We're not at home. We over here in Cocker Hill. Oh, okay. I get him when we get back over there. All right, I sure will. All right, bye-bye. Huh?
She's pregnant. She's in Kansas. She don't know nothing about her.
Oh,
And
golly.
she was like, my card is at home, at your house. So she's up there, no way to call nobody.
Shit.
It can't be dead because it would go automatically to voicemail, right? It wouldn't ring.
Yeah, it wouldn't ring.
Oh, that's Facebook. Like, shit.
Hold on. We right here, right off of Cocker Hill and Camp Wisdom, Plum Meadow Apartments. We in Dallas. Come on, dude. I don't know if he is. I don't know. People saying he is, so I don't know. But if he is, that's why I'm saying, just go on, come out. There's a lot of folks mad and frustrated they can't get into their apartment because they got this going on, so.
Hello? It's making everybody walk all the way around. Is Katie with you? On the side, right. Go back to your car.
Yeah, we Redbird area.
I can meet you, but that's every. Yeah, I take. Yeah. Do you see shit? A Carrie? Quentin's wife. You already walking? On the side, like it's behind the building. When somebody has.
If she walking on this side, she gonna be on her left-hand side.
It's gonna be on your left-hand side all the way to there.
Yeah.
Okay, well I'm gonna go find her because
Sorry, y'all. This camera moving just a lot. The sun. Nah, we don't. They didn't even give him they didn't give a description of what he had on. We hear more sirens. Oh Lord. Nah, I wish I knew his number. I'd be texting him too. Come on, baby, just come on out. I'm on live. They're not finna shoot you. Just come on out. That's not what we need. Hell no, I'm not getting closer. Y'all crazy or what? Nope. No can do. No can do. Is it a child or a grown-up? What do you mean, is it a child or a grown-up? Borderline from Duncanville. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm sorry if I skipped y'all's comments or something. It was somebody sitting next to me. I didn't even know the person was here. I got scared. No, I'm not getting closer. I'm staying right here. I know, kids getting out of school. You're very welcome. If you are, anybody that stay in Plum Meadow Apartments, y'all cannot get in. Y'all can walk in, but you cannot come in with your vehicle. You'd have to leave your vehicle parked outside. You can walk in, but you can't be around the office area. He is right by the office area. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you so much. Shoot, it's hard to keep my hands down. I'm trying to read these comments, and I'm trying to cover my face with the sun, from the sun. Nah, my name's Priscilla. Priscilla.
Dude, he's in Marion,
the lady's going to
Arkansas.
get, the school's on lockdown.
I'm about to be in Memphis.
What school?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm already putting myself in danger. I'm not finna get no closer. Not I, not me. Not now, not soon. I'm staying right here. I don't see no movement, y'all.
He's on the 40 East too. Unless he just went to Memphis, he's gonna go through Memphis. If they don't like.
Again, recap.
No, he is going through Memphis. He's about to go through Memphis. He's on the 40 East.
Dang,
so
somebody
he's at
upstairs,
Marion.
right in front. Boy,
Hopefully.
say, let me in your back door.
You can still transfer and go around to Mississippi.
If you're watching my live, I see you. Let me in
You
your
got one
back
more
door.
shot
I come in through the back.
change.
No, I can't get in back there. The police back there.
No.
Shoot, go on and inbox smash and go on live. You're
upstairs,
right in front of them.
Oh, yeah. Dude, this is so cool. I just found this guy this morning.
Okay, there goes one up. Can y'all
Anyway,
see? Oh,
I'm from
sorry.
Memphis. Anybody doesn't know.
There y'all
So,
go.
whatever.
Stop crawling on me, whatever you are.
Hell yeah, now he's in West Memphis.
Hey-o. Look.
I just randomly, I had, what are the chances, you know what I mean? What are the chances? It just happens to be just about to drive through my hometown.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Right here. We're right here, right off of Camp Wisdom and Cocker Hill.
I haven't seen it in a while, dude. I haven't been back home.
This is from the incident earlier.
6 years.
It was a high-speed chase that ended in front of Denny's right here off of 20 and Cocker Hill. He
7 years.
Hit the telephone pole, and it was two males. They jumped out the car and ran, and they are hiding in this apartment. They got the passenger. They are just now waiting on the driver. The gun that was used at the scene was recovered. What school is that, baby? My baby's school on lockdown. No, all that noise. Get off of me, mosquitoes. Golly. Well, you can come from Cali over here, baby, and get close to yourself, because I'm not. A.W. Brown. Yeah, but you know why? Because they have him as armed and dangerous. That's how they have him, because since he did point the gun at the female and took her car, he is considered armed and dangerous. That's why I said if the baby just come out, I'm calling him baby because, you know, from the looks of it, the passenger guy looked maybe a little bit over 20. And the driver probably young too.
Yeah, that's not a fucking baby. Shut up. They think they're babies. They think they're still like juveniles and just get away with dumb
Debbie
shit.
Brown released pre-K students.
Ain't a baby no more, bitch. The motherfucker just
Camp
held
Wisdom in
somebody at
Copper Hill,
gunpoint.
yes,
He's not a
in the
baby.
Palmetto Apartments. Come on, baby. Y'all send them stars. What happened? Y'all stop with them stars? I don't see no stars. Come on. It's tow trucks and all that behind it. Look. See, I'm back here. All that behind that. Get out of here, mosquito. All that noise y'all hearing is from them. It's not from the police, not from SWAT. Thank you for sending them stars. Come on. We are in Dallas, Texas, off of Camp Wisdom and Copper Hill. We are at the Palmetto Apartments. I am to the back. The suspect, has anyone? Nope, we don't have no updates yet. Thank you for them stars.
Officially in West Memphis. Nice. Arkansas still though.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the star emojis. I'm talking about the stars next to where the laughing face and the thumbs up and all that. You can send stars now. I'm not talking about the star emojis.
Yeah, man.
There you go.
They have
look,
a chant, man.
Okay, look.
If he goes 55, he's going to Mississippi.
Corey just sent 200 stars. Thank you, Corey. Thank you.
Damn, he's in the right lane too. Hey, hey! I think he's going to Memphis, dude. Oh yeah.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you.
Dude, sweet. Sorry, I'm getting a little excited. There's gonna be. I'm gonna see how Connor's shit. I haven't seen in a long time.
Thank you.
Well, hopefully he goes the left, and not the right.
Kaufman County employee.
Once
we
he
don't
gets
have
on
any
the 40,
confirmation of that. Thank you, Veronica.
Once he gets into Memphis, I should say.
Oh, it's a lot. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, y'all. Come on with it with them
Give
stars.
it
Come on with it with them
40.
stars. Come on.
40 or 40.
Come on with them stars.
One side's closer to Mississippi. The other side's closer to Arkansas.
I'm trying to find out if they have made contact, because if they make contact, they are only going to give him so long. They'll be going in a sense. SWAT. Yeah, SWAT's here. Smash got what? Smash got loads of stars on his live as well. He was amazed. Yeah, he happy about them stars. He happy about them stars. That's what keeping our page up and alive and on the top above everybody else. I'm not getting close. Y'all crazy.
Like, I've been to some of these places that he's passing right now already.
Okay. We got a little movement. We got one of the SWAT. They coming out.
I already recognize stuff. It's pretty cool.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see if anything happens. Can y'all see y'all? Can y'all see
I was at a
them?
wedding at one of those hotels just then.
And then this wind too is not making it no better. Well, it is for me because it's keeping me fresh, but
Oh no, he's gonna go Mississippi side. He's not gonna go 40.
Thank you for them. Let me go shout y'all out.
55.
Hold on. I'm trying to get more comfortable. Okay. No, I'm not getting closer. No, you can come and get closer if you want. Mary, thank you for them stars. Who else? Juice Man, thank you.
Hey man, I wanted to see the bridge. Like, go over the bridge and...
Kid, thank you.
going on. There's a standoff in the middle
he
in
said we've
Dallas.
been waiting forever for these
The
stars, and
trucker is
they
about to
just now
drive
giving it to us.
close to Memphis.
They just now giving it to us.
Maybe to Memphis. I'm legit the only one excited about the trucker. No, that was the 40 right there.
So we got SWAT here. We got 3 SWAT trucks here. And I think they're trying to make contact with the driver that is barricaded in a vacant apartment. Allegedly, it's a vacant apartment. Hold on, because I'm zoomed in. Hold on. Baby, hold on.
Chris? Oh, I saw that. Thanks,
Thank you. In Dallas, off of camp, yes.
Or off of Lamar, I think.
Okay, I'm for the pin your comment, so. Because I didn't put where I was at. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Chris, thank you. Charlotte, thank you. Y'all, these comments is going really fast, so if I skip you, I'm so sorry. If you send stars, thank you. Shout out to y'all. Y'all the best. Thank you. Oh. It's because I'm zoomed in. That's why it's going like side to side. Clay, thank you. Ashley McKinney, thank you. Where the like and the laughing emoji, the mad emoji, all them little emojis right next to where you comment. Star's supposed to be right there. Thank you, K-Mac Blood. Thank you for another 1,000. Ooh, baby. Thank you. Miss Phelps, thank you so much. Shout out to you. DoorDash ain't gonna be able to get in, baby. No, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Okay, McBlood, another 500, boy. Okay, I see you. Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go get my other tripod. I'm gonna have to go get my tripod. I don't like this.
Corrections officer has been arrested. I don't know what the heck that was. Hold on. They showed this dude's face just then.
Sergeant Patrick Knight of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, Department of Detention and Corrections. This arrest stems from an here stupid much as we
show us what's in there. I want to see that only. What's this all about? Oh, dude. Apparently he was too rough with that dude. That's what I guess.
I'm trying to see if I should just take a break until I see them really moving in. But they are really just standing guard. You see them? They just standing, just talking.
Why couldn't he have been too rough with the white dude?
Let me switch phones, but y'all, I'm gonna be right back on live because this my battery getting low on this one.
That's racist. Give us some of that loving too, man.
Live. And I don't want to end it. Oh, my arm's falling asleep too.
Now I want to see a white dude with his ass beat by the same, like a different deputy, maybe a black one. It's only fair. It's only fair, dude.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Y'all getting dizzy. See, that's another thing. See, that's what I'm saying. I need to go get my
We're about to go over to the Mississippi River, but this bridge is to the right. It's not the Memphis Bridge. It's like the
who is that? Who
the
is
hillbilly
that?
bridge that goes over the Mississippi.
Tamara Hogg, thank you for them 490 stars. Thank you, baby.
See? How rickety it is. This is like. I don't know if it's older. It might be older than the Memphis Bridge actually because it's a different type of architecture. Different type of bridge, right? The framing's different. Not as pretty.
Yeah, we had 3 helicopters over us. Yeah, let me take a break and let me see if let me call Smash and see if he got an update for me. And then I'll be back on live.
Yeah, I think they'll be in Memphis for a little while, right? If you
Y'all crazy. Y'all made my day today, for real though. Thank y'all so much for all them stars. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me screenshot this so I can show Smash. Let me just hold on 1 second.
Yeah, so it'd be a Tennessee if you decide to stay here. I just wanted to see the 40.
Okay, who's online? Did Smash go back
he's
live?
going to Mississippi. Okay.
Hold on. Oh no, he's not back online. He's in his car eating. Smash, I'm gonna get your ass, Smash. Need to go on and run me my soda. Go to my husband and tell him to give me my soda and bring my soda back here.
This is still Memphis,
okay, y'all. I'll be back. Let me see if I can get an update, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna get on my other phone because this one's going low, and I sure as don't want to go. And then okay.
We have lots of trees, dude. Lots of trees in Memphis. Simon? Did you see him eating nuts, dude? Trees are changing too. Lots of them, and they're changing. Yeah, pretty much still looks the same out there, dude. Not much traffic. For instance, like I've been all over Memphis, but from working with places like Labor Ready, or even some of the other staffing agencies that have you going a little further than expected. But Labor Ready, especially, you never knew where you were going there. I could end up in Mississippi. Or Arkansas. Real talk, it happened. Labor Ready out of Memphis, I could end up in another state. close to Mississippi because Horn Lake is actually a city in Mississippi. Now thinking of Vicksburg. That's a historic town. Right. Charles White, thanks for the 5 hours, man. Well, that was an electric billboard, like out there in the boonies. Where there are people, advertisers will find a way. Dude, if he gets on the 240 right now, I'm gonna be like, yo, my man. He has a chance. We have it. The upper left, left or right, left or no. Yeah. He probably says where he's going to if I just look. It doesn't say. It just says from Prescott, Arkansas towards Memphis, Tennessee. Oh, it does say he's going to Memphis, actually. He's going to Memphis. His trip is Lancaster, Texas to Fort Worth, Texas to Memphis, Tennessee. So he's ending somewhere here. It's only a 529-mile trip. I wonder where he's going. Too bad it doesn't say what his oh, it does. Wait, does it? Oh, it does. I guess that's TMI. Hey, Graceland, Elvis Presley Boulevard, dude. That's really close to Mississippi. That's why it's near South Haven. Whitehaven, aka Black Haven, is close to South Haven, Mississippi. Whitehaven is actually in Memphis. That's where Graceland is. Black Haven. Hey, there's the exit for Graceland, bro. I used to go at Black Haven. I don't know what they call it now. It was like this street name for it. It wasn't like a racist thing. It was like what the locals called it. I don't live there. I don't know, dude. Anybody else know about that? Whatever, man. Fuck you. Don't know shit. So, or do you? Just keep it tight-lipped on me. Which is worse. Happy Monday. Are you happy? I cleaned the Puffco, dude. The Puffco was pretty much broken. It was broken, y'all saw it. It kept giving me candy cane lights, red and white, red and white, red and white. That was annoying, right? So the way I fixed it is I submerged the entire thing in alcohol at 99%. The atomizer, not the entire thing, but the atomizer. I mean, you could submerge the entire thing into 99% ISO probably, but it just had to make sure it all gets out of there. Since there's no water involved, it's fairly safe to use on electronics.
In 2 miles, take exit 2A for Tennessee 175 East Shelby Drive.
It didn't work at first. I had to do it with hot alcohol. I double boiled the alcohol in a Ziploc bag. I heat the water up in the microwave and then put the alcohol with the Ziploc bag in the water. After blow drying this, then I decided to also take the pins out. You can remove the pins out of it with some pliers. And then one of these little thread like it was like a pin, but it was like it goes next to the pin. It looks like a miniature nail. It even had a little head on it, a little flat head, and super skinny, but it was bent. And I straightened that with these, put that back in there, gently put the pins back in after cleaning it all up, and now it's working. It's not doing that anymore. I had to clean it quite a few times, and I had to try everything, and finally, these atomizers are like $50, $60, man. Definitely want to get more. I only got like 860 dabs out of it or something. 860 runs. Should go these 2K, I think, what they're saying. But you got to clean these things out, and there is some maintenance involved with that. But it was very, like I said, with 99% alcohol, it was pretty easy. As long as you know what you have to do. Okay, he's getting off. We're in Memphis now. Where we're going? Collierville. He's going to Collierville, probably. That's where the shooting happened, at that Kroger. Asian guy, I think. There are a lot of, I would say there are a lot of businesses out there, but there are a few manufacturing type industries out there because there's a lot more space. Maybe he's going to FedEx. That could be close to Collierville, right? I know a lot of FedEx pilots live out there. Had sex with one of their daughters. Are you out there? Hey, are you watching right now, girl? Dude, young. We were both super young at the time. Because now she's not a girl anymore. Dude, that was so long ago. She was 18 and I was like 24, and it still felt really weird. It was like, yo, this is like too young. I felt accomplished because she was a pilot's daughter, though. That's when I see like these movie stars that are getting with people that are so much younger than them. I don't really like it was kind of fun for like a little while, but long term, I can't even. Pretty sure I've been to one of these gas stations right here, dude, because there's probably not a gas station very...
Look at FedEx.
Dude, oh, he is going to FedEx. Dude, I've definitely been to that gas station before to get Milwaukee's Best, dude. The Beast. I was on my way to Mississippi, because if you go this way, you go to Mississippi. If you keep, I would travel from there to there, and I would drive past this way. I would stop there because they had a good deal on their fucking Milwaukee's Best. That's hilarious, dude. Yup. Oh shit, this is crazy, man. Oh yo, it was like the last stop that you could get Memphis alcohol, because I was going to Mississippi, and like for some reason alcohol is more expensive in Mississippi or some shit like that. Like you couldn't get that deal over there. It's the airport to the left, ain't it? Well, that fence is there, I think, maybe, or maybe we're not at the airport property yet. It's their property, it's not the airport. I wish I could see what street he's on. I don't remember. Wait, I don't remember that sicko though. I need to see the street. If I could. What was that? I can't read anything. I just need to read one thing so I can look it up. Apartment complex or something. Highland near South. I think they're in South Haven or close to it. I can't read any of the signs.
Little red Mustangs in the crosswalk and everything.
Anybody know his cross streets?
I'm gonna have to let you go here in a minute.
Oh, man.
I have no idea how long it will take. The Google reviews from other truck drivers give it a pretty bad outlook, but we'll see. We might get lucky. Who knows? So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anybody remember when we were on this road before? Maybe one day we'll end up at this warehouse.
It was Airways. He was on Airways, wasn't he?
that's all we're gonna do for today. As soon as we get the next trip finalized and all that stuff, we'll let you know. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. See you.
Yep, I think he was either on Mill Branch Airways because I just saw that street he was just passed, and yep, it would have been after taking a left. He would have passed that street perpendicular to him after taking a left off of Mill Branch Airways. I had him tracked, found him. I found him, and he was on that street. I thought he was. That was the gas station I used to go to. Man, that's crazy, dude. Small world. My roommate had, he was a drummer in a band for a group that lived in Mississippi. And I would go watch them practice. It's free entertainment. Oh man, we lost this guy. We lost all the Memphis streams at once. Feels bad. Is he going all over Memphis, or is he? Oh, he's gone. This person's gone.
DoorDash ain't gonna be able to get in, baby. No, I'm sorry.
That person's gone. They're all gone, dude. Outside the court for that Maxwell case.
Yeah, perhaps. This is not an attack at all.
A victim of what? Was she a sex slave? Is that what this is about? Huh? Huh? Was she a prostitute? What is this? I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know. Is she a prostitute? Are prostitutes considered victims now? Is that what's happening? That is not Memphis? It is the same Memphis. What do you mean? Same Memphis said. Trafficking of a minor. Trippy. Just trafficking minors. Was that one of the minors? Oh shit, this guy died. Man, shit. He's pretty cool too. Look. He was in Crocodile Dundee. And Rabbit Proof Fence. He was 68. This is Australian news. We probably won't even hear about this here. I remember, dude. He was like the wise Aborigine dude in Crocodile Dundee. What are they waiting for? Just to chase someone down the street?
Hey! Ah, I thought there was already somebody that had come out.
No, young.
Ah, gotcha. They are ready to rock. They are ready to pounce. Woe is the person who comes out. Right? Yeah, I did come out. I know, yeah. Well, you must have known you'd get that taken that day, so right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
You think they expect that there's gonna be press?
Yeah, right. The lady in red just left.
Yeah.
The lady in red. She's right every time. She'll get excited. I know, right?
Rolling.
Yeah, it's going to be a steady stream now.
In Orlando?
Sure, we have just been excused. Lots of people.
Pay some attention to family courts at CPS, guys.
That me.
Suited people coming out. Maybe not the first lot, but
have an address as entrance. I don't remember for tomorrow.
even had swimming goggles on. What is that? Huh?
You were.
Work it, girl. Work it, work it. Work it, work it. See if this bad boy still works.
Is that you?
No.
Ghislaine?
Still run.
I get to shave soon, I'm gonna look different.
We were here. So he maybe you'll grab us on the way through, right?
There goes, heating up. Dude, I think it's working. It's working like brand new. It's all about cleaning the atomizer. Very well. Oh yeah. Maybe. Because Biden was here. Biden talked to us about coronavirus. And then there wasn't much else, was there? There was a trucker in Memphis. That was the highlight of the day. There was some trial I tried watching, but it was like quiet, kind of hard to hear. Didn't really understand it. They didn't really get into any of the nitty gritty of anything. Kind of. It was the first day of the trial, though. That's why I'm. But I don't know, man. Rittenhouse trial, they were getting into it on the first day with the opening statement. Yeah, it's everything. They didn't do that with that one. It was really boring, so... Then there was a standoff in Texas, but couldn't see anything there either. Kind of sucked. Of course, everything sucked so far today. I'm Eeyore. What was Eeyore? A hippo?
It's like gambling, isn't it?
A hippo or a donkey? A fat ass gray donkey. He was sad, I know that. Should I go live again with this riveting coverage or what? I gotta go in like 5 minutes. And they are serious about me ending in 6 hours. If I end at 6 hours and 6 seconds, 6 hours and any seconds, my ability to edit on YouTube's end is completely taken away. I can't take music off of it either. Five hours, 59 seconds. 59 minutes, 59 seconds. You're fine. Oh. Hey, who is that? She looks like she could be famous. She's very puffy on that Botox and shit. Famous people care more about how they look, apparently.
Who was that? She was consistent. That really was?
I'm practicing.
Potentially, I'm not sure.
Well, is there anything else I can go live with, maybe? I might just put on some Battlefield, man.
Oh, is that the sister? Is that the sister? Maxwell's sister?
Maxwell's
maybe
sister.
I'll just
Maybe.
I think so.
go to the other channel. Video games. I guess it's a video game channel anyway. Is that their sister?
Yeah, it does look like that. White beret hat, glasses, mask.
Dude, these...
Yeah, it's her.
It's her?
Yeah.
It's her. Alright.
These freaking people are non-stop with it. Man your cameras, gents! I'm ready, Sergeant. This guy over here is like, tell me what to shoot. Aim! Hold! Hold! Fire! Fire!
Really, I
like I'm witnessing some sort of...
Guys,
No respect. Oh man, the jig is up. Somebody pulled his plug. Oh no. Somebody was like, "Hey, fuck you, Rubbly. You be in a butthole." Dude, actually though, you guys suck. Somebody pulled the plug on it. Is Reuters still in the game? Oh, they don't. Ah, damn. Yeah. Ah, we had content. Somebody actually messed it up, I think, dude. What are the chances he just goes down that hard? Then oh well, that's happened. They knew we're out here? Who? I gotta go in. Today's top 10 stream legends so far today: Mr. 939 points. Thanks, man. MVP. Number 2, Jessica with 29 points. Number 2 MVP. Number 3 MVP is Ted Thomas with 27 points. Alright, my man. 1, 2, and 3. The rest of the board. We have number 4 Against the Grain. 5 Nicholas Carr. 6 Internet God. 7 Orbit Corona. 8 PB. 9 Lunatic Rider 209, and 10 Jim at. Special and extra thank you goes out to the donators of the stream: ET99 with the $2 dono, and Norway Girl with the $2 dono. Yo. Later, Golden. See if anything else happens, I might get back on, but right now it's pretty slow and it's pretty slow, and it's locked up. It's locked up. Why are you locked up? Hey. Alright, reload. Yo, Ted Thomas was here. Hi, Karate. Nicholas Carr. They were doing that thing back in the day. Hey, JP was here too. Andrew Murray as well. Mr. 9. FBI Records. Tony Coin was here. Game request was here. I appreciate you too, Nicholas. Thanks, man. Oh yeah, be sure to sub to the other channel because I might go live over there with the video game. I heard that Battlefield has some improvements, so with that, I might try them out because before the improvements they sucked, and I just saw a video on YouTube where Shroud says this last update saved the game, so maybe we'll see. That's a pretty bold statement, and he also I was watching it for a second over here without audio, and I don't know, his flight looked pretty smooth in the chopper, and up here I might give it a shot, but I have to switch over a bunch of shit before I can do that, like the overlay on OBS, like the subs and the viewers and the likes, the newest sub here on the left. Those are the things I'll need to change first, so that'll take me maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes to at least have those in the system, but then I can switch back and forth between the two channels pretty effortlessly, because I'll color code everything. But like right now, that's why I haven't been using that other channel much. So I need to use that other channel at least once a week now. We got members over there, you know, members. It's like having a member stream, doing a stream over there. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. So I'm gonna be over there in a bit, but probably within the next 30 minutes. I'm gonna go as fast as I can. Also, might need to eat something. We'll see. Hella high. Heck yeah. Maybe that'll make for some better gaming. But yeah, that other channel is gonna be the, I guess it's the main channel. I don't know what its word is. John Doe 1980. If you search for John Doe 1980 with no H, JONDOE 1980, I'll come up. Both of these channels will probably come up. I did that. Yeah, so it's going to take me a little bit just to get that information in here, but I hope to see you all soon. Thanks again to all the people that donated the likes. We had 46 likes. That's a lot of freaking likes, man. Next time we can get 46 in the first 46 minutes. That is the goal. That's the goal. Not 6 hours, but 46 minutes. How can we do that without the bots, though? That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Thanks again, Mr. 9, to come through. See you, Golden. Save this car. Try to make it through AFC. That's okay. Does anybody have it? Does anybody have Battlefield so that we can like actually play together and entertain the people, the masses, with dialogue as well as gameplay? Is that a possibility? Dude, I'm starting to look like a caveman. This scrawny caveman. The nerdy Neanderthal. Put me up. I gotta go. All the symbols in one, I couldn't do them all. But as soon as you do the middle finger, it seems vulgar and everybody hates you. I'm sorry, I did all the other ones too though. I did the peace, I did the rock and roll, I did the rock, I did the love you one, I did the hang loose one. It's just that middle finger one. It's like what the fuck, man? Didn't all the other ones count? Didn't they count for something? Didn't they make it better? Didn't they? That's like what it means. Like all it takes is one. All it takes is one bad one and it ruins it all. No matter all the good you did. That's just case in point. Alright, man. Love you guys. Hope to see you again soon. Thanks again for everything. You guys are awesome. Love you. Bye.